Hello, amigo. Gardens one on Instagram, and this is episode 807. Hopefully, I wrote that right. This is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 607, and this is gonna be a good night. My friend Blue Kiss Gardens is here tonight. How you doing? You want to tell us how you're doing, and of course where they can find you?
Hi. I'm gonna try to say this with a straight face. I'm Lucas Gardens. You can find me on Instagram at Lucas Gardens or at Growing Thumbs. Sorry. I've been wanting to say that for fucking ever.
Nice. I'm glad you had fun saying it.
The mushrooms I couldn't do with a straight face. Anyway, I'm Lucas Gardens. You can find me on IG at Lucas Gardens or at Growing Thumbs. There. Fixed it.
How's your day been?
My day has been wonderful. Today's my birthday, which many of you know, and they've all wished me happy birthday. And I thank everybody for all the love they've showed me today. It's been wonderful. Yesterday I got up and my red dog here, the sleeping rug here, this breathing rug, she got up. I thought I was going to lose her yesterday and it was freaking me out. But she rallied. She must have heard me talking about euthanizing her because she rallied today like, yeah, doing good today, Mom, doing good. So until she starts having actual pain, she lost her back left leg. It's just not working. And till she actually shows me she's done, then we'll take care of that. But I'm glad she's rallying. I hate to do something like that on my birthday.
Right on. Well, I'm happy that I got the chance to tell you, close as I can, face to face, happy birthday.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I feel special that we were able to do this today on your birthday. I don't know. I feel like it's a gift to me.
Ah, go on now with your bad self.
That's super cool.
I will tell you right now that I did already tell the guys, my posse out there, that I'll try to keep this as succinct as I can so they can come in here and do their weed nerd world afterwards, if you're gonna have that. But again, I've had a long fucking life, so we'll see how it goes, you know. But I did do it exactly what I said I was gonna do, and I outlined this bastard. It's not even one page, it's two. And I just stopped writing when I got to current times because I know what's going on now. I can remember, I hope.
Depends on what we're smoking, I guess, right?
That's right. And I am smoking on, and I'm going to do my first shout out to Red Setter Farms. I am smoking on his Gorilla Broth, and it's wonderful. Picked it up at Gems and Genetics on Friday or on Saturday. Hard to say, I was in a different dimension after I took my mushroom lemon tech mushroom. Oh, no. Sorry to anybody who's out there with me. I just kind of disappeared.
Nothing wrong with that. I indulged pretty heavy yesterday, to be honest with you. It was a pretty good time.
I would have liked to have said that I took a hero dose, and that's why I didn't even finish the gram. But not to jump too far ahead, I do intermittent fasting, which is, for those out there who don't know, you only have a window where you eat in your day. My window is from 2 o'clock to 8 o'clock, and after 8 o'clock, I get no more food, and basically your digestion will shut down in 2.5 hours after that, and you go into a fast. That's when your body's truly fasting. Most people don't truly get into a fast with their bodies because they eat too late at night, or even drinking something late at night will keep your digestion going. And then in the morning they have breakfast because that's the most important meal of the day. But I don't even eat anything until like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which was the case on Saturday. And thinking, yeah, I know, I'll break my fast with fucking lemonade laced with mushrooms, because I didn't know anything about lemon tech with mushrooms. I didn't know that it increased the potency and speed of delivery. And then also empty stomach, win-win. So yeah, went into a different dimension. If it wasn't for Becca meets cannabis, I don't know where I'd be. She got me and for Growley's eggs into my car, and I stayed there for a while until I could drive and drove 10 miles home. Didn't tell her about it, and she was freaking out. Where are you? I apologize.
So that's pretty awesome. I've never heard about the lemon tech with the mushrooms. Do tell before we get into cannabis.
Yeah, Chef Paula from Caribou Heart, she lectured me pretty good about it. Didn't you know? No, I sure didn't. Yeah, I guess it and then on the empty stomach, it was just like the triple shot, I can even remember I was talking to Ganja Ghost and 3-4 others. Smiley was there and Jessica's wife, and I was taking drinks, and they were talking about the strip club. Is it a strip club or is it just fancy decorated? It was a strip club. But she said, I thought we should take a group picture. I don't remember saying that. I probably did. But then it just hit me, and I can remember clearly pushing away the glass and the glass still being half full. And I was already fucked up, and I thought, what did they, I did to myself think, what did they lace me with? What did they lace me with? Is this ayahuasca or is this mush? I don't know what the fuck happened here. And yeah, that's when I found out about lemon tech and the wonders of that. So, hey, give it a shot. Get yourself something that's real acidic to take with your mushrooms next time. I guess there's according to what Paula told me, it changes from psilocybin to something else that sounds like psilocybin, but a little different. And it just kicks your shit. And I can say in reflection, it kicked my shit.
It sounds like a good day all in all.
Yeah, it was great. Wish I could do it again. No, I don't. I don't ever wish to do that again. I remember being in my car going, I just want to be home. And every time I open my eyes, there's that fucking security fence going, I'm still in the heights. Fuck. Just want to be home. Fuck. Anyway, yeah. Thank you guys all. I actually would like to get the chat up because they're going to probably be getting me the business. Because that's what they do. Oh, look, there's a live fucking talking shit with Eagles, episode 807. Is this 807 or 607?
807.
All right, I'm gonna write that down for my own edification.
Yeah, they're getting up there. I'm trying to save the numbers for actual guests. I've been pointing the heck out of the weed nerd.
Yeah, I saw that.
It.
Some of your points are pretty funny, I gotta say.
I don't know why.
805.25, and I'm like, what? What happened to 5?
I'm trying to drag it out. I don't know why I'm so leery of that 1,000 number, but I'm gonna take my sweet time. I'm gonna smell the flowers along the way. I'm not gonna rush it.
Well, I know there's a lot of people out there that have interesting stories to tell that haven't been on here yet. In fact, I see one in the audience, G-Bay Genetics. We were asking him earlier if he's been on, and he said no. So yeah. Hey, Hoobie, I see you out there. How you doing, bud? Wonderful. It's good to have a supporting cast out there.
A lot of awesome weed nerds for sure.
It's a community. It's a family for me, for a lot of them. I've said that since the inception of me coming on the YouTube. So let me get into my background so we can get that shit out of the way. The reason that I had to do this outline is because I'm so fucking ancient. So yeah, I'll try to be succinct, and we'll get high together while I'm doing it.
Please.
Bump
Please. Did I ask you what you were smoking on? Did you tell?
Red Setter Farms.
Oh yes.
Gorilla Breath. But I will
Which one of
also,
us is getting older? My memory's shot.
no, this is my birthday. This is all my good stuff. And I've got a little later on, I'm going to be doing lime skunk from Fagroli, which I bought 3 grams at Hash Bash and broke it in my backpack. It's fucking horrible. I lost almost all of it, but I got more now. Oh, isn't that beautiful? Oh,
That looks really good.
It's butter. It just there's some stuff that doesn't work good with my dabber, because I got a Dr. Dabber, because it doesn't want to come off of the fucking little paddles when you dip into it. This stuff dripped off. It was so fucking funny. I'm like, oh yeah. Perfect. So yeah, we'll be doing that too, but not right now. Let's get this shit show on the road. For those who don't know me, most of you do. I'm a smart ass. I was born with a smirk. I'm gonna be a smart ass until I die. I was the 4th kid out of 5 kids at the end of the 50s. Definitely a boomer. The last of the boomers, but a boomer for sure. But being the 4th kid, in a family of 4 kids, a perfect, we didn't have the computers and stuff, so it was a perfect 4-person for cards and shit. Learned how to play cards, got really competitive really early, just because had to, or I was losing a lot at the beginning, and I learned Brother Eddie was a cheater, and Brother Chuck would give me a little help. My sister, she didn't help me at all. She's the oldest one. She really didn't want much to do with us younger kids, but she had nowhere else to go. But yeah, that did form a lot with me when I was growing up. It's just being the youngest and kind of learning how to work on my feet. And also we lived where I live right now. I grew up right here where I'm at. It's 5 acres right now. It was 10 acres and nothing behind us, nothing in front of us, all farmland all over. And so we didn't have, there was no kids to play with. So all we had was each other. And we played with, there are a couple other kids, neighborhood kids, but not much. But I'm also from a heavy Polish family. And I'll tell you about my gateway drug, and that was alcohol. And I can remember being a pretty young kid drinking alcohol for the first time, and they just laughed because, we're a Polish family, everybody drinks a little bit. When you get to be 12, 13, I come from a big family of Polacks on my dad's side. There's like 10 brothers and sisters, and most of them had a bunch of kids. And somebody get married, or there's a death or something, and big party, everybody's drinking, and the kids, 12, 13, start to drink too much and get sick. And I don't recall punishments being handed out other than the punishment of being sick and people laughing at you. I just don't remember it happening. So it was, pretty much in our culture that drinking was okay. And Mom, of course, she was a cigarette smoker. Dad was okay. He'd smoke a little bit of cigars every now and again when he'd go out on the boat fishing or something. But yeah, so I nipped my mom's cigarettes when I was 13 the first time, and she smoked Raleigh non-filtered. Oh my God. Sick. Oh, I was sick as a dog. Did it stop me from smoking? No, not a bit. 20 years on the stick. Worst mistake of my life.
Yeah, it seemed like them non-filters would have got you right off the bat.
You would have thought so. Yep. And sucking her secondhand smoke, because she was always, my dad called it smoking a rope. Yeah, she's smoking a rope. But yeah, 20 years on. And I can tell you what, my dad did hate those cigarettes. So I very much hid it from my mom and dad. And my mom, I'm sure, knew, but she didn't want to deal. My dad, it would have just broke his heart to know that I was a cigarette smoker, because I was also really bright. I didn't get into trouble. I had those older brothers and sisters. I saw what they could do. I didn't push it any further, but it did go that far. but I drank some. When I was 16, I remember taking the car out to go to the drive-in theater with my friends. And the last thing mom said was, "Don't drink," or da, 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 da. Okay, won't be drinking. Guess what? We drank. I got pulled over. I got out of it. The biggest thing I was scared of is my mom and dad finding out that I was drinking, because they would have fucking killed me. They were very much a very kid of the 50s. We did punishments, man. It wasn't no timeouts in my day. I don't know about you, but yeah,
Oh, no.
so
Ass whoopings is what I remember.
yeah. Hey, are you guys out in chat, by the way? You're doing great. Take a hit, man. Let's all take a hit. I told you I was gonna ramble, didn't I?
That's good with me. I'm having fun. I like the story so far, other than the early alcohol. And you're right. Why was alcohol so acceptable?
Yeah. Cannabis wasn't even on the radar at all for me at that point. The two older kids, they were not gonna be cigarette or cannabis users, but the brother that's just a little bit older than me, a year older, yeah, he liked the cannabis. And he's the one that got me the first time I ever smoked it at 15. Just matter of fact, brought me in the backyard, said, "We're gonna smoke this joint." And I went, "Okay." I didn't even question it. This went, "Okay." Because he's my brother, and why would he lead me astray? And I was already smoking cigarettes, and and getting I wasn't getting drunk at 15. Don't get me wrong. I waited another year until I was 16 and could buy it at the liquor store. And that's a fucking sad fact. It was true, because I was 18 at the time for to drink, and when I was 16, I was as tall as I am and built as much as I was going to be as a woman, and I had a baby face like you wouldn't believe. But the clerks never looked at my face, and I just would go in, matter of fact, picking, I got a part, buy it for the party. I'm the only one can buy it, old enough to buy. And they didn't card me at all. Out the door I went. Go to bars. I played softball too. I'm such a misnomer. Nothing lines up in my life. I was into sports too. So in the summertime, I was on a women's softball league because that's what was available for me, but I was only 16. And after the games, we'd go to the bar. We were sponsored by a bar. Of course we'd go to the bar. Yeah, they just served me up. I must be old enough, right? So yeah, it was real easy for me. And I gotta say, alcohol is probably the worst. Worst drug you can let your kids try. I am so happy my daughter did not go the way of her father, because her father was all out alcohol. Alcohol killed her father. And she watched it, and she never did. I mean, she drank a little bit just to try it, but she's like her mama, she likes her weed, which I'm very happy about.
What's wrong with that?
But yep, it was 15 when I first smoked cannabis, and like I say, I was in sports, and I was in flag corps like a band geek. And then the first time I really, really got high, I had to march in it was fall when I had to march at halftime. And the older girls took me out and got me high before. And I was out there laughing. I don't even know what kind of routine I did out there. I know that the director was giving me funny looks. He was a drunk too. Isn't this horrible? There's so much alcohol in the 1970s. I don't even want to tell you guys about it. But so he just probably thought I had been drinking because that's what he did. And, he wasn't going to bust me on that because I was a pretty good student otherwise. But yeah, I got through the routine. Don't know how, but I did fall in love with cannabis. And that started my love affair with brickweed. Because sadly, that's all I had. That's not all I had. That's not true. I got through high school and went to Michigan State University because I was a pretty smart kid and I went on scholarship. And there I found out that you should be careful of Mexican weed because there's something called paraquat. So if the weed came through and it was really, really gold, don't buy it, don't smoke it. It's paraquat. We're used to brown weed. And our government sprayed the paraquat on the Mexican weed and turned it all gold and pretty like Acapulco gold. But we didn't get Acapulco gold. We got brown brickweed. So I never saw, one time I saw something that was kind of goldy looking. And I went, no, I'll just burn my lungs out on this other bullshit. And then at one point, because it was so illegal, I can remember my sophomore year in college, we couldn't get cannabis, but we could get hash all fucking day long, blonde hash. For months on end, that's all we could get. And I started hating hash. I just wanted to smoke a joint. And I just wanted to smoke a joint. And when the bricks started coming back through, I was so happy. But yeah, that hash wasn't, when you look at me like that, don't look at me like that. It wasn't that great a hash. It wasn't beauty hash. It wasn't the beautiful hash you're used to. It was some dirty looking hash that, because we weren't getting weed. So what do you think we were getting for hash? It wasn't, those late 70s, that was a tough time, but we had good cars. And the sex was
some
really
of the
good.
best cars.
Yeah, and the sex was really good then too, because you didn't die from it.
Definitely a crazy time. The 70s.
Yeah,
for
the
sure.
70s, yeah, it really was an ideal time to hit your a young adulthood, because you could just go nuts. And yeah, the drunk driving laws in Michigan did not start cracking down until the 1980s. I want to say 82 or 83. And that's when the Mothers Against Drunk Driving and all that shit started hitting the fan, and which is fine. I even at the time when they switched, which I thought this was the most bizarre thing in my life when I was young. I could buy alcohol when I was 16, but I couldn't buy alcohol when I was 19. Because they changed the drinking age. I even marched on the Capitol, had signed this petition trying to keep it at 18. I'm so glad they didn't. It was the best thing they ever did, is to get the alcohol away from the high schoolers. And yeah, they still get people that drink, but now even my daughter, she's 31 now. And I don't recall, went to some of the parties they had, and I don't recall a lot of alcohol there. I mean, we had field parties when I was a kid, and it was just nothing but pure fucking alcohol. And some people had it, cannabis too, and maybe somebody did a little bit of acid or whatever. But yeah, nowadays, thank God, I'm so fucking glad, because alcohol, like I say, it killed my husband, which I'm giving to. I called those my sad years. But let me see, what did I call it? College years, period. Oh yeah, I didn't do any. When I was in college, I never had done any mushrooms, but I did a lot of acid. Acid was available, and mescaline. First time I smoked Thai stick. And then graduated from college, and I couldn't get a job in any field because I actually took psychology and thought I would hand out welfare checks after I graduated, but Ronald Reagan's strict his trickle down economics fucked that right up. So I ended up being a photographer. Isn't that wild? What a changeover. I went to school for 4 years and to become a photographer.
What were you taking pictures of?
People. I was a portrait photographer. Yeah. And
So
then
what was your
ended up-
secret to getting people to smile? Every photographer's got that one little trick. What was your
Well, you clearly I don't shut up, and I'm really animated, so it's not really not that hard. It wasn't that hard, especially with little kids. I did a lot of little kids, and even though I'm 5'9" and I tend to tower, little kids just think I'm okay. I intimidate adults. I don't intimidate little kids. It's weird, but yeah, there it is. But I didn't stay at that very long because it didn't pay much. So I ended up going into machining of all things. Worked in the aerospace because I'd worked there in the summers while I was in college, and I just went, fuck this, I need some money. So I started doing that. And then I ended up working camshafts in Grand Haven, and I there for almost 20 years, and I did everything from just entry level to management, and learned a lot. Ran the automated Ford line. It was pretty cool. And I also learned a lot about people. When you're a manager, don't think that they will work because they're adults. They won't. They are just so fucking disappointing. The more I know people, the less I want to be around people. So I got out of there as quick as I could, back into QC, which I really like QC because they left me alone and I was in air conditioning, and that was interesting. So I did that for many years. And then, let me see, quit that job. My husband was getting sick. Like I say, he was only a beer drinker, though. You'd think that to kill yourself, you'd have to do heavy alcohol, whiskey or whatever. He did like Jim Beam sometimes, but not to really. I married him in 87 and then had my daughter in 92. So we were actually married for 4 years before I got my daughter. She was kind of a surprise. I didn't think she could happen. So then suddenly she was there. Freaked him out. He says, I'm going to be 40. I go, oh, congratulations. You're going to be a dad again. Number 4. How's it feel? Oh, that's right. You'll be 40. Oh, well, I'm gonna be 33. There you go. Let's do some math. You're gonna be 40 regardless if you have a kid or not. Don't worry about it. And then after I had her, and he finally, the reason I ended up having her is because he neglected to get a vasectomy. And then he got one after I had her, and maybe 8 weeks after he had that, he goes, we should have had just one more. I'm like, you're a dumbass. Yeah, I'm just glad I only got her myself. She was my boo. Well, actually, she was my mom's boo. I was in the way. And that's how it's gonna be with this generation, because she's got a daughter now that's my boo. And she's in the way. I've been waiting for this day, man. But I'm jumping ahead. I did get married in 87, had her in 92, and basically was just working, raising her, and then lost my first parent in 08, and that was pretty shocking and hard for me because my daughter was really close with both my parents. She viewed my father as her father more than she viewed her own father. She didn't have any respect for her father. And I understand why, because he did love the alcohol more than he loved anybody. More than he loved me, more than he loved her, more than he loved any of his kids. But his pancreas started falling apart on him, and we ended up going to Ann Arbor and getting checked out. And they basically told him that his pancreas was like a burned out house in Detroit. Ain't nothing left but just the foundation, and foundation will keep you alive, but you can't keep burning what's left. And he sat there and went into his usual shit of, well, I've been cutting down, and I'd had enough. And I went, no, we're not going to hear this one again. He's not cutting down. He's not going to quit. Tell him what's going to happen when he doesn't do this. And so the guy just said, Dr. Eddie, because he was something with a name that's long, from another country, says, you're going to die, going to kill you. And eventually, he was already on insulin and shit. And he got mad at me for doing that. I said, I'm just so fucking sick of this game, man. Just tell the truth. So I told him that day, I said, if you want to quit drinking and try to live, I'll support you. Do whatever you need me to do. Of course, he smoked 3 packs of cigarettes a day. He was just totally out there. If he had coke, he would do coke until it was gone. He was just so all about it, but he didn't, when it came to cannabis, he could hold on to cannabis for fucking ever. He used to hide it from me because I would smoke it. But yeah, so yeah, I told him when he was sick though, I said, you can either make yourself better and I'll support you all the way, or you can keep drinking. And no, that's good too, but I'm not going to pick you up. I'm not going to wipe your ass. I'm not going to do all the shit because you don't want to live. I'm not a nurse. And so he says, yeah, I can't do it. I got to keep drinking. And so that's kind of what happened. And that's why my daughter hated his guts, because she saw the horrible parts, and he did die from it eventually. And that would happen in 11. Let's take a hit of something. Ah, I already got something here. I think that really calls for a dab. You got the dab song handy? You don't have to, but I'm going to do a dab. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty fucking quiet. Chat, you still with me out there? Maybe said, oh my God, yeah. Look at that. Drips right off. Come on, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. Come on.
Well, that's nice. I've been with my fucking mic muted this whole time.
Oh, that's funny.
Not really. You think by now I would have like
You see, I told you I was gonna, when I do mushrooms, I go blabba 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 blabba. I hope some of my blabbas are entertaining you guys, because I'm still, even with an outline, jumping around like a motherfucker in my life. It's a long life.
and sad to hear that about your husband. My deepest condolences about that shit. It's super tough to sit back and watch somebody not want to
I'll
fight
tell you,
like that.
It's the hardest decision I ever made, because people thought I was just the meanest bitch in the world. They really did. He'd be like, he got to the point where he was just like in a hover round, and he'd say, oh, can you go get me a case of beer? Because we had a Wesco right across the street. And I went, no, just go get your own. He goes, I would, but I can't pick it up. And because he was trying to shame me to go do it for him. I go, well, then get a 12. And he goes, well, it's hard for me to even open the door. I go, let's just stay out there and look pathetic. Somebody will open the door. And he just thought I was the rudest thing. I said, what you do is you drive your ass over there. You're a frequent flyer. You ask one of them clerks, could you get me a case of beer, and ring it up, put it on your fucking hover round, and come back home. And he got mad at me and called his daughter. Oh, well, I'm not going to do it, man. I'm not your enabler, man. I told you that already. That's how that works. You want to live the life, live the life. I wouldn't call it the La Vida Loca, but go ahead. Cheers.
That's a nice little rig.
Thank you. It's a Dr. Dabber. I call it a Dr. Debbie Dabber. Gives it a little bit more class and character.
Nice.
Go easy, Deb. Well, you can see it coming up. Oh, good though. I love the lime.
Yeah, for Gurley definitely is an artist with those extracts, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. Oh, the taste, the flavor. Oh.
I think it's underrated too for his what. I don't think he gets enough credit with, because the market's so damn saturated with extract artists. It's
You know what the problem is because he uses solvent. People are so fucking snobby about solvents. All right, these fuck you about, you can be a snob about solvent, but I'll tell you what, in every classification there are the top tier. he's top tier in solvent extract. I'm sorry. He knows his shit. His shit is clean. I can tell if shit's not clean. His shit's clean. I'm not gonna necessarily get nice clean solvent or nice clean extract from somebody putting it through bags, but I mean I do, but I mean there are some dirty ones out there for that too, and but I trust for Growley. I don't even worry about it. It's a him for Growley. Oh my, what happened? Uh-oh. What happened to me?
I don't know. You're black. You're not blue. You're black. You're
I'm a
black,
black
kiss.
man.
And yeah, I don't know.
I guess I shouldn't try to flash you.
YouTube's being silly. No.
I don't know why to
Is your
do
phone
that.
getting dead?
I'm on the computer.
Huh. Yeah, it's on your end though. Maybe try. You could maybe have hit one of the key buttons and shut
Now,
off
let
your
me
camera.
see. Start. Oh, here we go.
You're back. There you go.
That was weird. I was nowhere near my mouse. Nowhere near it.
The keyboard, something
here.
hit the keyboard. Perhaps.
Oh, perhaps so. That could have been.
I think the different keys for Zoom have functions, so you can actually.
Yeah, I've been going
many
pretty fast and loose with my keyboard here.
many years of using this, and I couldn't tell you those shortcuts. By the way.
But okay, I'm gonna get to the short and sweet of where I'm at now. In 2019, when my mom died in 2012, and that's when I started driving school bus as my retirement job. The hours were wonderful. The problem with driving a school bus is random tests. But I figured out how to dry out for my random tests. I dodged that for 5 years doing that. And then finally Michigan legalized, and I realized that there was no way once I started growing my own that I was going to be able, if I had shit on hand, I wasn't going to be able to dry myself out. I was going to smoke myself out, and I was going to get in trouble at work. So 59 and a half, because I was a widow, I get to collect survivor benefits, and I basically became retired at 59 and a half. Now I'm 64. So there you go. You can do the math. I've been having a good life for quite a few years now. And yeah, the way I look at it, a bus could hit me tomorrow and I'd be dead. And I know for sure I'd be out of that job because I smoke like a goddamn chimney now. But I'll tell you, I smoke like my dealers used to. Because I used to go, just try it out, just try it. And they're like, are you fucking kidding? I'm not going to dry out. I can hear them saying that. And I'm thinking, and I can remember thinking, wow, they're really bad off. Well, that's me now. That's me all over. I'm not going to do, why should I dry out? I don't feel, no, I might on certain days smoke less and fuck with my tolerance that way, or switch it up with different flavors and cannabinoids and shit like that. But yeah, but in 2019 when they legalized, I totally unprepared just because I was. And even my brother goes, "You're gonna grow, right?" And I'm like, yeah. Where do I get my stuff? Have no idea. I did have, and this is gonna be weird because I just had glossed right over something pretty big. I had a medical 30 by 90 greenhouse in my backyard because I'm on a big farm area. And the dude that had it supposedly had the patients and 72 plants out there. And it was all up to code for what he had to do. And his brother had one just like that somewhere else. And the deal was he would grow for a year. And we would get together and decide if this partnership was good, because he was paying me rent to do it too. And then he'd get another grow year, and then the greenhouse would revert to me. But at the end of the first year, regardless of what happened the second year, because we have our meeting, not my problem. That's why I had that clause put in there. Because what did happen, we had our meeting, yeah, everything was great. Hey, we had a great year, high five. Well, and I kept asking him, what are you gonna do with all that? That's a lot of fucking weed. That's a lot of fucking weed. So I'm looking at a pound per plant and going, that's a lot of fucking weed. He's got the trim team coming in and shit. And for my part, because it's not my grow, not my circus, not my monkeys, all they're doing is renting from me. I didn't want nothing to do with it. Well, his brother, who also had a twin grow, got busted trying to sell to undercover cops in Detroit somewhere. Yeah, well, and then they started following all the money and all the bullshit, and Nate shut everything down. But I didn't know nothing about it because our year was done. And he went on his merry way. And here I am sitting thinking he's okay. And then months into it, I find out his brother got busted, and I kept waiting for him to show back up and sending messages, you coming out. He never answered, and so he never showed up for a second year. But we already had our first year, and we had our agreement. But I didn't grow out there. I had people that could have grown out there. Nope, it was his grow for the second year. And we'll come to the third year. Nate shows up, he's trying to sell the greenhouse. And I was like, fucker, we had an agreement. Here's my contract. Yeah, but my brother got busted in the family. Neither here nor there, dude. We have a contract. We agreed at the end of the first year. I kept asking you what you're going to do with your shit, and you kept telling me you had somebody who was going to buy it. And so, hey, I guess you were wrong. And well, he did end up selling it. I guess I could have sued him, but what I ended up with was all the fucking Pro Mix and every goddamn bag, 72 bags that he had in there. Some were hundreds, some were 65s, all the blackout they had on the floor, miscellaneous things that's now in my grow. Of course, now it's been years, and some of those big hundreds are starting to rot because I've had roots growing through the bottoms and shit. But I'll tell you, it was nice when I started growing. When it did become legal the next year after he was gone, I had everything I needed to get started except for one little thing. Well, two. I didn't have any plants and I didn't have any newts. And that's how that went. So the first year, forgive me, please forgive me, chat. I used Miracle Grow. That's what I had. That's Miracle Grow on hand. I've grown plants since I live on a farm. I'm into the perennial flower gardening. Everybody else does vegetables in my family, so I do flowers. But my great grandma taught me how to clone a plant back when I was 8 years old. She took a begonia snip, cut it off, dropped it in water, and told me change the water when I see roots, put it in soil, and that's what I did, and voila, my first clone. I was 8 years old. And I kind of did the same thing with my daughter with taking plants that were root bound and teasing out the roots and putting them in, just kind of a family tradition. Teach them how to grow. But I didn't know anything about growing at all when I first started growing. About cannabis growing. I knew how to grow a plant. I could grow most any plants, and I just figured cannabis was similar, but I knew I was missing out on shit with using the Miracle Grow and stuff. So that's when I started seeking out the YouTubers, and I started out Future Cannabis Project, Shangalos, he popped up a lot. Roundabout way, I ended up over at the Dude Grow show, which fit my needs really well, and ran into some common people as far as one of my best friends now, Sunny in Backtopia, shout out. She doesn't come on to shows. She doesn't like shows, but except for the Dude Grow show. But met her there. Yeah, we joined in about the same time. There's a lot of people I've met through there. One of the people that I met through Dude Grows was Painted Lady Gardens, and she ended up going, which you all know, to Michigan Bros Grow Show as a guest. And I went over there to support her because she was nervous and scared, she hadn't been on a show that, I think that was her first show that she won on.
No, bam, right here.
It was you?
Yeah.
Well, she, well, I had followed her from DGC to Michigan Grows. I went there to support her when she was a guest on there. Because she told me about that in a chat and in DGC. So that's
So
how.
that means there's an episode you got to go back and watch.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, fuck, there's so many episodes. What episode is this? 807?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a fuck ton I gotta go back and watch.
Yeah. That's awesome though.
You need
She's
somebody to go
awesome.
through, you need somebody to go through your catalog of videos and catalog them.
I know. That's really one of the goals this year is I if I'm gonna keep doing this after 1,000, I have to add 1,000. That needs to be production
Yeah,
needs to
because
be a
this
thing. And
I
it
was
needs
trying to
be
find
professional at that point.
DP's first interview. DP 7, DP 10, DP Steve DP.
Ain't no DP.
Well, there's another DP, there's a DPL, something like that now.
DLP 2372.
Geez Louise, you're good. Of course, you do read the name more often than I do out loud.
Shout out.
Shout out. But yeah, but I digress. I did start growing that first year with the Miracle Grow and went on from there really quickly. Second year, and this one's the interesting year. I use raw their line, which good line. The dude that was doing their shit earlier, the chops, I can't think of his name. Harley Smith. He got me hook, line, and sinker, man. When somebody talks about a product and loves that product and is into that product, you can tell, and that was Harley. And Harley talked a good game, and I hook, line, and sinker bought those raw genetics and filled up at that point. Now as in making, first year was 4 plants. The next year I went the full 12 and went the raw line, and I got ripped off a month before harvest.
That stinks. Really?
I know who did it too. And I told the cops who did it. And do you think those fuckers would go? I did the CSI. I had pictures of their footprints coming up my back driveway because I got a big circle driveway and my grows real far back. At that time, I didn't have cameras on because I was still a month from harvest. I had cameras, but I was a month from fucking harvest. Who takes plants a month from harvest? Little motherfuckers, that's who. Yeah, so I ended up got the cops involved, and I did try to keep myself to be a solid citizen, and they were so uneducated and so didn't care. And I finally looked at them. I said, okay, let me put this in terms you can understand. I had a Bronco. It was worth $10,000. Them fuckers took everything but the rims because I did have still some green. I was trying to explain to them that those little pieces of green that I still had sticking on a few of the plants, if they made it through any disease from those open trunks, they'd be lucky. But they're going, but you still got stuff, right? And I'm going, no, I don't. Look, I have nothing. I've got 100-gallon bags that have been devastated. And they just couldn't get it. At that point, I knew in theory that I could grow as many plants as I want, and unless somebody came in here and complained, they weren't coming back here. They don't care. They don't care about my cannabis. They didn't care about it when they got still there and got care about how many plants I got out there. Though I will be updating caregiver status with my son-in-law and my daughter. My son-in-law has a neurological disease called CMT, which affects the sheathing of your nerves, and it's pretty well fucked him up. But he stays home with my beautiful granddaughter Penny, and She's such a fucking daddy's girl. He can't wait till she can go out in the boat fishing with them. But yeah, I get to watch her Saturday because he's going fishing with his buddy. Well, I'm sorry, he's going fishing with my daughter. His buddy's busy. He's been out of town. He's going to visit his wife instead over the weekend. Because what does she need? Why does he need to see her? We need to go fishing. But yeah, he likes to fish. But because he has the nerve damage in his hands and in his feet, he cannot. He used to play guitar, can't play guitar anymore. Can still sing. He's got a beautiful singing voice, but yeah, that pretty much knocked the wind out of his sail because he was a very good. I've heard him play guitar before he started deteriorating, and he was a good guitarist. Lived in South Carolina. My daughter met him in South Carolina, and she was. I tried to get her to smoke with me. She never would. She went down to meet him and smoked with him instead, and ended up puking on his feet because she was so nervous and she got too high. But she still smokes. Today on my birthday, I went to their house and the three of us got high. That was beautiful. Have a nice dinner and for those of you who don't know, I have one granddaughter. I have three stepchildren and I have grandchildren from them, but they're not truly my grandchildren. And I even have great grandchildren and I couldn't identify them in a crowd. But my daughter did have a baby here a year ago December, but she was 3 months premature. She weighed just under 2 pounds when she was born. She was not born early because of anything with the actual fetus. It was a failure within the placenta. So she was born perfect, but she was just fucking tiny. And she stayed in the neonatal unit in Grand Rapids at Betsy DeVos Children's Hospital for 3 months. And I went and visited her as much as I could, and I watched her grow, and she never had one problem. And all of her little neighbors, the parents were making some pretty fucking hard decisions, is all I'll say about that. But we were so blessed, and now she's just she's all caught up. She's a little short. I hope she gets the height on our side, because if she's short like her, aunties are, I'm gonna be bummed. No, my grandkid to be tall and a little witch like me. Yeah, that's what I didn't tell you about. I am kind of a witch. Not really, but kind of. I'm a hedge witch, which is, well, what a hedge witch is I'm also a dudist. That's the other thing I didn't touch on. A dudist is a Taoist or a Taoist with an American twist. Which means I'm not Christian. I don't believe in Christianity. I do believe in an afterlife, but I think we are like the mushrooms, the big UP mushroom. That's a big fucking central nervous system. I think we fold back into a central soul and come back again in reincarnation. I've believed in reincarnation since I was a little kid. It just made sense to me, which I think is kind of weird, and I don't know where I even got the idea for it, but it made sense to me. And then my brothers told me, yeah, but you come back as a dog or a fly no, I think you come back as another human being. So my granddaughter might be my great grandma, I don't know, or her daddy's great grandma, I don't know. But I think we keep recycling and we'll keep doing that until like the earth is no more. And yeah, there's nothing to recycle. It's just all gone. But hey, till that day, I think we'd be doing okay. But that's just my theory. They did grow up as a Christian, but my mom and dad were of the belief that they weren't going to take us to church, but they wanted us to know church. So we went to a little church on the corner for Sunday school to learn about Jesus. Didn't go to the actual church when they had the service, just the Sunday school. And then when we were 10 or 11, my mom says, do what you want to do. Go to church, don't go to church. And I did go to church, but unfortunately, I got this bad habit of critical thinking. the shit they were telling me, I was like, how can that be? Are you telling me this? Some of these stupid, because I may have mentioned I'm pretty smart and IQ. Some of these stupid men are above me in the Lord's eyes because they got a penis and testicles. Are you telling me that? And they were just like, can you just go home? Please just get out of our face. I was like, yep, I can go home. And so, but I was baptized in the Lord, but I am lapsed. And now I'm a Dudas. If any of you know what a Dudas is, watch the Big Lebowski. It's kind of based on that. We have actual holidays. Look it up. You laugh, but well, see, the thing about Taoism or Taoism is there's a belief that Western civilization, Western culture cannot be truly embracing of the Eastern philosophy because it's something about the Eastern flavor, which is fine. I believe that's to be true. Yeah, we weren't raised within it, but that doesn't mean that I can't benefit from the philosophies of it. So I do. But I mostly believe that my God is Mother Earth, and I'll be back when I'm dead after however long I want to be gone. Maybe this is because I believe we're here to advance our souls a little bit and learn. And I hope I've done that. I mean, I started out a pretty salty bitch, and now I'm only kind of salty. No, I do. Every year I try, I came up with a better one, but every year my New Year's resolution is to be a kinder and gentler blue kiss. And some years are more successful than others. But after my granddaughter was born, I used to be quite a bit heavier than I am right now. I had borrowed my daughter's snowblower because mine wasn't running. And when I returned it to her, I took it up to the house and I turned around to go back to my trailer and go back home. And it was the coldest fucking day in January. And my feet went out from underneath me and I went down. And somehow I broke the strongest bone in my body, the femur, on my left side. And I knew immediately what happened because my father broke his hip and he couldn't straighten his foot out. And I couldn't straighten my foot out. It was just pointing like this. And I'm like, come on, baby, go up. No, I want to stay like this. Fuck. Lady from across the street, where my daughter lives in the city. Lady from across the street goes, do you need an ambulance? And I went, no. And I went, fuck, yes. Because my daughter wasn't even home. She was at the store. So there I sat on the fucking cold pavement with a broken femur, and it was cold. It was like 2. It was like, okay, I hope I don't go into shock. Yeah. And then the ambulance showed up. Oh, this is how my life goes all the way around every time. Doesn't matter what the situation is. Two chicks, and I'm a feminist. You can do anything a man can do, but you do need to use your tools. So these 2 chicks get out of the ambulance and they put me on, what were they gonna do? Oh, they thought they were gonna pick me up and put me on the gurney without using a board. I go, no, go get that board. Go get that board now. I said, you girls aren't gonna, I'm sorry, I'm a heavy chick. You are not going to pick me up. I'm heavier than some men. Go and get the board. So they went and got the board. Yeah, you're right. So they put me on the board, and I'm thinking, why am I having to tell them to put me on the board? So then they took the board because it's fucking freezing out, and they slid it all the way to the gutter. And I'm like, you guys be careful. It's fucking slippery. I was being careful, and here I am. And they're going, don't worry. And so then I'm in the gutter on the board, freezing my ass off, and they're flipping me around. And all of a sudden, above my head, I hear scuffle, 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 and I see feet flopping around. And all of a sudden, I heard a watermelon crack.
Oof.
And the EMS gal above my head smacked her head on the curb. after her feet went out from underneath her. I don't know exactly what happened, but they figure she probably cracked her skull. She lost consciousness and it was a whole big thing. So now I'm sitting in the gutter and I got an EMS gal down, another EMS gal freaking out, calling for more help. And it's fucking cold. There can be these little heat pads go, put these where you're cold. I'm going, okay. Or you suggest your groin or, oh yeah, we'll shove that down. Yeah, didn't help for the shivering. I said, my back's fucking shivering. I tried my back. It didn't matter. I said, just make sure I'm not in shock. And then they checked me. Nope, I'm not in shock. You're just fucking freezing. By then my daughter she did show up and she had given me a blanket and stuff. Oh, and of course this is the middle of COVID. So yeah, I ended up going to the hospital and I just told them, I said to my daughter, just bring me my computer. And of course I've got this rug here and I got another dog that I don't know what the fuck he is. I hope he didn't get out. He'd be gone. But anyway, she had to take care of them and bring me my computer and they did allow that, but I stayed on that fucking gurney all night. They didn't have a bed. You know what a gurney feels like? Kind of like a camp bed. But yeah, they at one point I'm going, just give me Demerol. They're going, oh, we don't do that anymore. I go, you should. You should. Give me Demerol. Give me something like Demerol. No, you know what I got was a some kind of saddle block or something. I don't know, some kind of pain block. It didn't fucking block shit. And I'm just going, yeah, you guys, morphine. I like morphine. I had a C-section. I know how that is. Morphine. I've broken I've broken my knees and legs before. And I've had to have painkillers. And so I do have a little bit of, I know what I like for my painkillers, and they just fucking don't make them anymore. I mean, I'm kind of bummed about that we've got shit like Norcos and that bullshit. That bullshit's, yeah, give me Demerol. At least that was honest.
Shit hit hard. I've only had that before surgeries. I gotta hit these drops.
I was in a car wreck and I broke my right fibia, where your knee goes up, and it holds it. The leg holds the knee in place like a golf tee, and part of my golf tee broke off, and they had to wrap that back on. When I was in surgery, they were giving me morphine, but I was enjoying it too much and I wasn't breathing enough. They kept threatening to take me off of it. I'm like, no. I want to stay in the cloud. So I breathed for a little bit, and the next thing they're going, you're not breathing again. But yeah, but I still take that over what they made me do sitting on that fucking gurney. And then when they finally did give me surgery and shit, they told me not to ever watch the video. But I have seen parts of the video and of that surgery, because they had to put a rod in from my knee all the way up to my hip.
Oh, Jesus.
And it was microsurgery though, but they put like a sheath in first, like to make a pilot hole, as it were. And they pound that fucker. They use a hammer to pound that fucker in. And when I went under, my leg did not look deformed. But when I came out, it looked like somebody took a hammer and beat something in. I had a bruise from my heel of my foot all the way up to my ass. And it was horrid. But when I finally did leave the hospital 5 or 6 days later, everybody I passed was somebody much older than me, and some of them weren't ever going to make it out. So they were truly broken hips. And I was lucky that I was young enough when I broke it. But because of that, they did try to Norco me in the hospital, and I did take the Norco in the hospital because I couldn't have visitors, so I couldn't get anything else up there. But the minute I got home, Spartan grown, good friend now. I met him, of course. I told you how I ended up over at the Michigan Bros Grow Show. Russ was the first person that I met in person. And loved the hell out of him. He would do anything for me, and I know he would. And he has. Because at the same time I broke my hip, I also had another health scare where I thought I had breast cancer. But I didn't know. But he didn't hesitate to give me all the RSO I needed so I could get up to a gram a day until I could confirm or deny it. And the second I got home from the hospital, I gave my daughter the Norcos for my son-in-law because he can use those. Short term, he does have some fucking pain, and Norcos are nice to have. But I went right on the RSO, and then I found out I didn't have cancer, and it was great, but I had already prepared for it. And when my mom died, she actually had breast cancer, and she fell and broke her pelvis. And they couldn't give her chemo because they couldn't give her a standard chemo because when you break a bone and have cancer and they start giving you the chemotherapy, your bone doesn't heal, which I never knew. The more you know, let the star go across. At the same time, and this was back in 2012, 2011, that's when I started actually researching cannabis treatment for shrinking tumors. And I did find a lot of information about it out of California, but the bullshit, red tape, and I wanted her to get on trial so bad, but red tape, can't do it. Didn't know anything about this community, not a thing, didn't know it existed. This was 2012. I don't know. Where were you in 2012, Eagle? What were you doing?
As far as I was in London, as far as geographically.
Yeah, no, you were what?
I was in London.
Oh, geez.
What do you mean? As far as like,
No, I just, in 2012, when I needed the support to get RSO for my mom, which I think could have saved her ass. I was being rhetorical, like, what were you doing in 2012? I wasn't trying to nail you down or anything, but just in 2012, I did not, I mean, there was medical out there, but I don't know.
I was a full-on caregiver in 12.
Yeah, but I didn't know you in 12. I had no idea how to get a hold of somebody like you in 12. I was buying from Jimmy the dealer. Jimmy the dealer didn't have RSO. Jimmy the dealer didn't have the shit that they were talking about in Israel. And I just watched my mom going, I want the cannabis, I don't like it. I'm going, Mom, you know what? If you ever smoked it, you'd like it because we have very similar physiologies. And when you drink, you're not a good drinker. She never was. She started out happy and ended up crying kind of gal. But I think she would have enjoyed cannabis, especially at the end when she was sick. But nope. Couldn't. That was, I think, my biggest regret is not getting her to smoke with me. She was a fucking cigarette smoker. It wasn't like she was adverse to putting something and burning in her mouth. Remember Smoke a Rope back when I was 13? Here we are. For full circle, but I could not get her to smoke. So, yeah. But I did when I started actually growing after the little fuckers ripped me off by my third year. That's when I started really with my Blue Kiss Bakery. And I was doing a really good bang up job. I'm learning how to do extracts, got myself a magical butter machine, and I'm learning the ins and outs and, trying to refine my shit. And then 2020, it was 2020, COVID hit. And we all know what happened. I couldn't go sell my shit at the bar no more because the bar wasn't open. Yeah. I shot pool. That was the thing. When I met my husband, I did drink. Like I said, when we were younger, I was a drinker too. I preferred cannabis, but I drank. And I started shooting pool with my friend Sandy. Hey, shout out Sandy. I know you're not gonna see this, but anyway, yeah. We'd go to the bar, single gals go to the bars. Well, we didn't want to just go to the bars and hang out and just look for single guys. We had to have a purpose to be there. So we started shooting pool. I got pretty fucking good at shooting pool. And then I met my husband, who was really fucking good at shooting pool. And he got the bright idea he was going to coach me and we'd go shoot doubles for money. And it worked out great because you see a guy out with his girlfriend and go, oh, yeah, easy money. Yeah, we'll play for money. Yeah, me and my buddy, yeah, we could take them. Yeah, it worked for a while, but then Muskegon's not that big. We were got known. People don't play for money no more, except the ones who could actually beat us too. And they'd go, yeah, we'll play for money. Took my money last week. I did, yeah. So yeah, that's how I actually courted with my husband, and shot pool. One Saturday afternoon we shot pool. Him and his buddy and me and my friend Sandy, and we started kind of caught his eye and I kind of caught his, and kismet. What a train wreck. Poof. Yes.
I'm
He
sure
did
there
compliment me in a lot of ways. So he was, I don't want to make it sound like he was a horrible person just because he died a horrible death. There was things about him that was really redeeming. He was a very quiet guy. He was a very loyal guy. He was kind of my compliment, where I'd be outgoing, he'd be real quiet. But that was nice. Called me out on my shit. That was the biggest thing for me is back in the day I was kind of a looker. And so I was a fucking bitch. But sorry. And so I had my choice, and it's just like the nicer you were to me, the bored I was bored with nice. I just didn't want it. But somebody called me out of my shit. Stay up partying with me if you could keep up partying with me, because I did like to party. And there was no, I mean, there were girls out there that liked to party, but mostly they were drunks, and I detested drunk women. They just don't look good. Being a drunk woman does not look good. So yeah, there was a few of us though, and I still meet with these gals now. 5, 6 of us that also smoke cannabis. We did drink together, but we smoke cannabis too. And we still get together and have lunch now. And it's all right. Except they talk about their aches and pains, and I talk about going to the hash bash and going to the DGC cup and going to the cowboy cup. And they're like, oh yeah, you go, girl. And like, you know what, bitches, you too can go, girl. And so they have been, because I've been calling them out on it. They've been starting to go like to a local club and watching a band, because that's what we used to do back in the days, go and watch a band. And it's
live
really
music's
sad watching. It's hard to stay young. And part of my thing was, after I broke my femur, after I healed up, didn't heal up correctly. And then I also had dentures, and at the time I got dentures put in, it was night and day. I reacted different to my dentures than a lot of people do. I have a friend that got hers a month before. My friend Sandy, the one I was mentioning, cool Sandy. Oh, she got hers a month early. She learned how to chew through hers, and she's just fat as ever. But yeah, I was like on a 7-day fast, 8-day fast. I just couldn't figure out how to eat. And it's just like, okay. So that happened last year. It was my up pop for July, right before July. I do a up pot at the 4th of July. Within that week is when I go up to my maybe it was June at that time. July I go into the big pots. So it was June. I'm sorry. I had little plants that needed to be up potted in the worst way, but I had zero energy because I hadn't ate for 10 days. And again, my buddy Spartan Grown and his girlfriend, Anything Grows, they came over and they did my up potting. She cleaned out my shed for me. And I just felt like a fucking old lady. But that's my community. Those are my friends.
Cannabis is full of much amazing people, that's for sure.
That's right, it is, and when you're down, they will show up. I mean, one part, there's a dark side to this community, and I was talking about it earlier with, Stony and, Thunder Dan, shout out boys. We were in Discord, before the show talking about, and I said I wanted to bring up how the infighting and wanting to your face on a show and the bullshit that goes with that. It just, I do feel like this is a community and a family, but the business side and the bullshit side, it just grates on me. I hate it, hate it, hate it. I hate things I know about some people. I know too many secrets about too many people, and I just, it's horrible. And so, and then I wonder how many of these secrets are even true? Because somebody told me, does that make it true? I don't know.
Definitely not.
But some of the stuff we all know about is the stuff that played out in public, and this is upsetting. It's very upsetting, and I won't take a side, especially if it's comes to a couple. And if you wanted me to be that, if you were the guy wanting me to accept the girl, or the girl wanting me to accept the guy, just because you two broke up, that's nothing to me. You wanted me to be nice to this person, I'm nice to this person, and now you're telling me they're not a good person. Well, you told me they were good before. They're not good to you. And until they're not good to me, I'm okay with them, but I'm still okay with you too. And most people, no bueno, no bueno. And I had some hard relationships go through because of things like that, and most of them healed. Some of them are still kind of they won't be the same just because they don't trust me the same. And I'm sorry for that, but I'm always here for you. You know who you are.
You know,
Hey, no, don't be going to me for no secrets. I don't spill my guts. I do not. Talking that bullshit. Yeah,
there are
it is a business, and that's why I go to things like Gems and Genetics, and I buy from Growley, and I buy from Rudd, and I buy from as many people as I can. I dropped some bucks, but I got some pretty good stuff. And at the end of last year, they had a Thanksgiving in Muskegon. It was a sun-grown organic contest. I entered it, didn't win, but I did taste all the entrants. There's 25 or 26 of us, and I knew which one was mine, and mine did okay in my eyes. So, and in fact, the guy, Chris at Country Roots, shout out, asked me at Gems and Genetics if I was going to do Thanksgiving again this year, and Mother Nature doesn't fuck me over. I sure am. It was a good time. So, yeah, any of you guys thinking about growing outdoors this year? Go organic. Yeah, that's actually after I got ripped off. I did end up hooked up watching Jeremy from Build a Soil, and I do Coots Mix now and full organic. And some people give me shit about, well, my brother, you could go out and get all that stuff all by yourself. I go, yeah, but will I? Will I go get all that stuff all by myself? Come on, let's be real. I'm a sloth gardener. It's got to be put in front of me. I'll do the work if it's in front of me, but put it in front of me. So, but see, I digressed again. I just recently joined a gym that has a aquatic center. So I got a shallow pool and a deep well pool, and that has really helped my health a lot. And it's got a full gym too. I can do weights if I want, and the whole 9 yards. Nice gym, actually. Got it. Pays to get old, don't have to pay as much. And that's a fact. And yeah, if I end up having to go on Obamacare again this year, and I might have to because I sold a piece of land and it's a whole thing. But if I do, I'm going to get on some shit that will pay for me. They'll reimburse my gym membership. Because there are some out there that will do that for your health. Yeah, I can get with that. Somebody paying my gym membership. So, but I do shout out to you guys that are in your 50s that are doing weightlifting. You and Stoney. Stoney's getting back to his weightlifting regimen. And I applaud you. Yeah. Of course, he was telling me just, oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. What happens in Discord stays in Discord. I forgot about that part. I promised I wouldn't say nothing. See, I told you I wouldn't give secrets up, but I almost did on that one. That was just like a few hours ago. But yeah, I think I've jumped around enough. Anyway, Penny she's my next witch in training. A hedge witch is somebody who gets the herbs and stuff and learns how to do healing with herbs and good intentions. And I'm all about herbs. We all know that. But that's true. That is the truth. And just like Chicha B, she's a witch. I'm that kind of witch. I don't have
There's
a
a
couple.
lot of awesome witches in the canon community, that's for sure.
Actually, fun fact to know and yell, Mary Gator Bradford, you can look her up on Google, or what Wikipedia, is a female line ancestor on my mother's side, of course, 'cause it's female line ancestor. The only line in my entire family that's not Polish, and that's my mother has one line, and it goes all the way back to the Daughters of the American Revolution and Salem, and she's a grandmother, somewhere up the line, and she was actually convicted of being a witch, and they were going to kill her for it. But it was right at the end of the Salem witch trials when somebody got a bright idea and said, hey, maybe these people are making this bullshit up and there aren't such things as witches, and they had to let her go. They ended up, I believe they did prosecute the people that testified against her for lying. So yeah, ended up letting her go. So if you were convicted of being a witch in Salem, Massachusetts, it paid to be the last ones. Crazy. Isn't that crazy? Used to kill people for bullshit.
That is insane.
Fun
Really.
facts, no, and yell it. You know, if I ever got famous and they did one of those ancestral searches on me, that'd be one of the facts that would actually bring them into doing it for me. Going, yeah, it's just got something interesting. I saw somebody just recently, somebody famous. Oh, James Corden. He when he retired, I saw a thing. Goes, yeah. I can't remember the one with the black guy. I can't remember what the name of the show is. They were going to do a show on him, but they went back and he was just too fucking boring. It was like all English. It was just this big line of English people that did nothing and went nowhere. So they just said, sorry, we need more excitement, but we gotta have some kind of catch along the line. But he didn't, there was nothing, just nothing. Oh, that's funny. But that would be me. And actually, also on my mother's side, but Polish side, I got a cousin who he's a little crazy. But he's a nice guy, but he is schizophrenic. But he's very much into the history of our family, and he found out that we have from World War I, we had the tallest Lithuanian soldier in World War I was a cousin or his uncle or something way back. He was like 6'7". And we couldn't figure out where because we know we get our height from that line of the family, but we couldn't figure out where it came from. And then he's like, yeah, 6'7". Crazy shit. Yeah, all those kids are tall. My mom is like average. My dad is average. And all of us were like towering. Genetics. It's a wonderful thing. It's good to know about. Especially when you grow these plants.
So when you
I'm about done. Do you have a question? Yeah, I was gonna just ask you, is there anything that I didn't hit that you're curious about or?
this is what I do. I mean, got to ask a question yet.
I mean, I was all over the place. I really did try. I mean, fuck.
It's been yeah, no, don't go there.
Oh,
So when
it's only 1 o'clock, so I haven't been going for too long.
So when you first tried cannabis and you were, had access to alcohol and using alcohol first, what drew you to the cannabis? What, what
Well, I
was
was
it about
smoking, remember the
cannabis?
smoke of rope cigarettes? I was already smoking a substance. So maybe that was my gateway drug. So I was not adverse to smoking a substance. And it was my big brother that said, we're gonna smoke this, and I just didn't question it. I don't know why, because it's my brother and I trusted my brother. Why would he lead me astray? So I just smoked it, and I didn't, nothing happened, and he told me I was hitting it wrong. I have to hit it this way, and he taught me how to hit a joint, and so I guess I owe him for that. But then the second time I got high was when I was in Flagcorn and was getting ready to march, and right before we went out too, and there, I guess it must have been the pre-show, because we had been out in the parking lot, and we got high, and I was like, fuck, I'm like tripping balls high. You know how you do the very first time, and things are moving, and the visuals and the sound and everything's interconnected, and maybe my legs work, maybe they don't, I don't know. I'm just thinking everything's fucking funny. And I gotta go out and do some precision marching and go. And these two girls are like fucking feeling guilty, going, what the fuck did we do? What the fuck did we do? She's gonna go out there and get us all in trouble. No, nobody cared. Nobody said a word. And that's how I've always I feel bad, because I have kind of skated in life on a lot of shit. Yeah, nobody cares. Well, let's say I was a good performing monkey. I could get, I absorb material and I could spit it out on a test, and and I could retain most of that material. So parents trusted me with their kid because I was in the honor society, and yet I was out buying them alcohol because they were too young, a couple years younger than me. Okay, yeah, trust me with your kids. Because I look responsible. No. But yeah, I do feel a little guilt about that. Just a little. But you should be careful who you trust your kids to be hanging around. I did the same thing, trusted the wrong person with my kid to hang out with. She told me stories later that made my back of the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It's like, what? You were upside in a ditch in a truck? When? Oh yeah, we never told you about that when Brad wrecked the truck. And I'm like, no, didn't know nothing about that. We
I
were
don't
all
like them
okay.
stories.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah.
You think we're the perfect parents and shit. And then they get older, then 18 adults. They're like,
Yeah.
we're
Well,
safe now.
well, like
You
I
go,
was
what?
trying to get her to smoke with me when she was younger, because I knew she would like it, and she just wouldn't do it. She was adverse to it. And or maybe it was me, I don't know. And yeah, and then she met her husband Andrew, and he smoked. And he puked on his shoes, and I guess it was love at first puke. No, they are a good couple. When you find, it's hard to believe that you have to go halfway across the United States to find your soulmate, but they are kind of soulmates. And I can't imagine anything happening that would split them up. I just can't imagine it, just because of the way they are with each other. Now that we got Penny Boobala, man, she's just running all of us. It's gonna be great. She's walking now. Your grandson walking yet?
Not quite yet. His birthday's coming up the 18th of this month, and I can't believe it's been a year already. He actually just started crawling like a few weeks ago.
Oh, she was crawling hard early, and when we could tell she was ready to walk, you know, 'cause she's creeping across the furnitures and shit. And to get her to walk, all of a sudden she'd fold her legs up, she would do the frog shit. And then all of a sudden she just took off walking like a drunk.
That's what happened with Brittany, Chase's mom. And that's what I thought was going to happen with Chase. I'd be honest with you. Brittany sat forever. And then one day she just like stood up and started walking. She totally skipped the crawl process.
Yeah, well, we had those Johnny jumpers and I just loved them. My daughter loved those, and she also had one of those scooter things with the round drop kids in, where they don't let them travel anymore because they're dangerous and they'd go down steps and stuff. We had a really fucking big living room, dining room area, and it had no resistance for it at all. We lived in an old barn, gambrel styled house. It was a centennial house, and she'd start in one end and she'd scoot all the way to the front porch, and she'd just be like wing, and she couldn't even walk yet, but she could maneuver that fucker like you wouldn't believe. Then later they tell me, she's never in there, she won't be walking. Well, she ended up walking a year and a half, a little less, but she seemed to enjoy the fuck out of that.
Yeah, I secretly hoped, my kids all said the same thing. I'll never smoke weed. I'll never, ever, ever.
And do they?
All three of them. Now all three of them smoke. But I kind of wished it would go that way, that they'd kind of, because they don't really drink, occasionally be well.
Well, my relationship with alcohol ended suddenly and weirdly. Same way with cigarettes, suddenly and weirdly. After I got married in 87, so it must have been 88. It was shortly after I got married. I just got sick because my husband drank every night, and so I did too. I got sick of waking up and feeling like a piece of shit. I just got sick of it. No, I'm not drinking for a while. I'm just sick of this shit. And then after I didn't drink for a while, I went, hey, this feels pretty fucking good. And then it was like late 80s, early 90s. It couldn't have been any more than that. And people were suspect of me. They'd get like hostile at me at the bar. So I was still shooting pool and stuff. I was on leagues and stuff, but I was having to buy Cokes. And at that time, now you can go into a bar and get a Coke in a can. No fucking way. You got the shot and pop Coke, that syrupy shit that they have in the bars, and it's but yeah. At first it was, are you pregnant? No. Oh, are you on antibiotics? No. Why aren't you drinking? Oh, I just don't feel like drinking. Oh, you got sick last night? No. I haven't been drinking for a while. Nobody could understand. Nobody at the bar, not one alcoholic, could understand how I could just stop drinking. And literally we'd go to bars that used to buy rounds for people, little neighborhood bar kind of setups. And they'd say, yeah, let's buy a round for everybody but her. And they'd point right at me. She ain't drinking. She don't get a drink. And I'm like, dude, I'm drinking syrup water here that I can't hardly stand. I don't need another one. I don't know what to tell you. I'm gonna go outside and smoke a joint. That's what I'm gonna tell you. Jesus God, except for her assholes. All of them are pretty much dead, probably from the drinking.
I like to think I fared as well as I did because I quit drinking as early as I did.
Hey, I saw drinking kill at least 3 people, probably 4. I couldn't say for certain on the 4th one, but it's a fucking horrible death. Horrible. Man.
I actually, I had a friend of mine in high school, one of my best friend, actually, even though we don't see each other much these days. Craig, man, when we grew up in high school, I met him. He came here from Utah, and at 16, and he was already a full-fledged alcoholic to where he couldn't, if
Drinking
he
every
didn't
day at
have that
school.
beer before school,
Yep,
he
make it right so
literally
you
had the
feel
fucking
good.
shakes.
Yeah,
And
sad.
it
It's fucking
yeah.
sad.
was pretty crazy to see at that age. It blew,
We had a few of those
I
too.
wasn't used to seeing that at that age.
Actually, one of them, he had a Harley, and he ended up with an open head wound and got brain damage. And after that, his personality completely changed, and he still had the Harley, and he still had a crazy wife. And he ended up committing suicide with his Harley. He just ran it right into a dead end embankment, Julio, down by the lake. It was clear that he committed suicide. There's no other way that he could have done what he did. And then another guy that he didn't actually commit suicide, but this kid was drinking so much and he was so out of it that coming out of Fruitport, which is the town that I live in outside of Muskegon, it's got a big old airline road. It's got a big ass curve, and it goes on for fucking ever. And he just stopped following the curve and went into a gully and smashed up his truck and everything else on top of that. Dead. 19, 18. I don't think he graduated yet. Hi, Justin's Meds. Hello, Ned Denver. Hi, all of you out there. I'm sorry I'm not typing or anything. Abolished. Tenacious AB. Man, there's a lot of people up late. Good to see you all. It really is.
It's funny that we talk about, our kids smoking like that. It's and I don't know how people respond to that, but I enjoy smoking with my kids now that they're old enough to smoke.
It was a joy
the
to smoke.
holidays have
Yeah.
completely changed.
Yeah. My family, when my parents died, my brothers and sister and I, we split like right down the middle. Long battles, drawn out shit that I'm not going to get into because it's just too negative in my life. But end result is I only have one brother I talk to, and that's the same one that gets high. And it's all of when my mom was still alive, we had one Jerry Springer Christmas, and it was fucking funny. It's funny now looking back, but it was so fucking sad. It was the sister-in-laws threw down fisticuffs, and it was fucking funnier than hell. The two professional ones, that one was a registered nurse and the other one was in some kind of sales bullshit position, and there they are on Christmas Day duking it out. Yeah, you guys got more balls than your husbands. It was great, but yeah, looking back, I can laugh, and I understand why it happened. I had to break it up. It was crazy because they both kind of short girls next to me. I'm like, okay, we've had enough of this. You need to go home, because that one still lives right over here next door to me. You need to go home now. But that was the last bad trauma Christmas that I had. There, we never got together again after my mom died, except for the ones of us that wanted to. It was like the optional Christmas family. If you don't want to come, I don't want you here. But yeah, my daughter and my son-in-law and stuff, we hung die. We are very much cut of the same cloth, which I'm really lucky. Like, I don't know what I would do if my son-in-law hated me, or we had that kind of a strife situation. That would be so bad.
Well, Jerry Springer just passed away. Couldn't believe that when I heard that. For some reason, he was old when it started.
Yeah, he was
for some
always
reason,
wrinkled.
like it
Yeah,
blew
he
me
was
away.
on.
I was like,
This
really?
is what I can't figure out. He was on TV for like 20, 25 years, and he was always from the very first a wrinkled old man from the very first. So he was a wrinkled old man for 25 fucking years, but he didn't really seem to changed. He was just a wrinkled old man, not a very handsome man, but not everybody can be. It's just like, yeah, I agree. It's just like, dang. But I will say one thing, back to my cannabis family, shout you guys out. I am going to go see somebody in concert that I have always wanted to see and never thought I would, and that's Willie Nelson in September. I'm so happy, and that's at Pine Knob, with the string cheese incident, Bob Weir and the string cheese incident, and there's somebody else too. I don't know how much Willie's gonna actually sing. General admission at Pine Knob. I know where the best spot is.
Ain't a bad spot at Pine Knob, really.
No, yeah,
though.
where I like it is right up against the rail, as far up against the rail as you can get for general admission. I went and saw Bob Seger there, and yeah, he was a little I mean, he wasn't a huge person, but the Teletron was right there too, and I could see him singing. But what I liked is I could also dance and not fall down, and it didn't matter. Basically, a stripper pole for sextarians. You laugh, but it worked.
Bob
Yeah.
Seger too. The last time around, I got to see him on the farewell tour.
Yeah, it was his farewell tour. We might have been at the same one.
That'd been cool. Yeah. It was not so long ago, just a few years ago.
Yeah, they actually I went to the one what they said was his last one, and then he ended up and went somewhere else and sang again. But I don't think then they taped something with Kid Rock, and it was just like, what the motherfucker, you said I saw the last one. But it was better than when the Rolling Stones in the 1980s retired for the first time. I'll say that. Because some of you went, they kind of were trying to get me to go to the Stones. I went, nah, I'm not going to go to this one. They're retiring. I go, oh, fucking don't believe it. I said, they're not going to ever retire. And fucking they never retired.
What's been your favorite concert to see?
Ooh, that's a pretty tough one. Bob Seger, of course. I love Bob Seger. I've seen him twice. I like the Cars, but the thing I didn't like about them, and that was back when they were all still alive and together. It's hard to take techno and recreate it, and it was at Big Star Theater. I don't know what they called it. Outdoor. It's basically in a fucking cornfield with a stage in a cornfield. It's just that there happened to be in let me get this right, north Pontiac cornfield that had a no, it wasn't Pontiac, but it was like a caldera naturally, so they just stuck a stage on and they threw concerts. And oh, go away, you're wet. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm gonna get smeared here. But yeah, I really enjoyed that one. And I'm also gonna go see Philly Strings on Halloween. And I'm actually going to go. I'm in general admission in the pit in front, so I will see Philly Strings. But I did have to pay some money to do that. But I'm going there, meet Red and Becca beforehand because they're up in the nosebleeds, because it's a lot cheaper in the nosebleeds. But I wasn't gonna, if I'm gonna go, I'm not gonna go to nosebleeds, and I couldn't get next to them if I wanted to because of the way Van Andel Arena is set up. That's where it's at in Grand Rapids. And you have to have the assigned seats, and they will make you stay in your seat. It's bullshit. So yeah, I said, well, we'll meet at the Bob in Grand Rapids, which is right across from the arena. We'll have dinner or something beforehand and go and see Billy. And I said, bring a vape and eat some edibles, because they will not let you smoke in the Van Andel.
No, we fucking smoked out fucking Midland. I was blessed enough to last time Billy Strings was around, compliments of John in chat. I got to party. I hooked up with Red Becca, Kazoo,
Oh, there, Billy Strings and
Shredder 9
Kazoo.
and
Yep. Kazoo was
11.
back seeing
What a fucking great concert, man. Fucking hanging out with the weed nerds. We smoked that bitch down, man. Fucking our
where was
little
that
section.
at?
Woo.
That wasn't
It was,
Grand Rapids though.
no, it was Midland.
As I say, yeah, and you didn't do that at Van Anno. Them Hollanders weren't gonna put up with that shit. No, 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 no. No
Oh
smoking
no.
in our arena.
What an amazing concert. Why, yeah, Rots and Red get down. Red was getting down
Oh,
too.
I bet he does. You know what I'd like to see get down at a concert is Kazoo. I bet he just
Oh,
gets right fucking into it hard.
it was a good time, man.
I
It
bet
was
he hooted, didn't he?
I'm not even a fucking dancer. And I was probably caught dancing that night for sure because I was rocking it too.
Yeah,
It
I
was a
can just
good
picture
time.
Kazoo just hooting and hollering. He just seems
Oh,
like he would get right fucking into it.
it was how could you not? And
Yeah.
I wasn't
Well, you
expecting
know,
that.
there's
It was
different kinds
fucking
of
awesome.
concert goers. There's some people that get into it by bobbing their heads. And you just look at him and go, what the fuck is that, man? What's gonna happen when you drop the bass? Gonna head bob like this? No. But yeah, there and then there's people that get down and yeah, if you're really getting somebody videotapes you and segregate you, you look like you're really a crazy person. But hey, enjoy yourself. That's what I say. I'm no professional dancer, but I'm gonna get down at a concert. I don't care what it looks like.
Yeah, definitely a good time, man. I get down at some concerts too. I can be a head nodder though. Don't get me wrong. I fucking and I don't know what stiffened me over the years, but I have become a head nodder. It started to break loose at
Well,
the
it's because your body
yeah.
is deteriorating and it's really hard. I gotta say, my hair is really thinned out over the years. I used to have some fucking great rock and roll hair, and I could really be ahead. I used to, I mean, look at it. I mean, this is all thinned out now. Can imagine 3 times as thick and yeah, rocking, just fucking head banging. I couldn't do that now if I even had the hair because it would hurt. Just too old to do it. So yeah, but I always get down. And, oh yeah, and my knees are fucked up too. So dancing sometimes is a problem. Yeah, I wore this body hard, I gotta say, but I enjoyed it.
Nothing wrong with
Next
laying
one, the
hard.
next one I'll be more gentle with it.
I'm a believer in the reincarnation too. Why and when it stops, we may differ a little bit on that theory
Yeah, I
there.
don't know. That's just because I don't know. It's a critical thinking kind of thing. If there is a source and it is an earthbound source, then if the earth, something happened with the earth and there is an annihilation, of course that would have to end. But if it's not an earthborn source, say that 3 times, you guys. Yeah, I can say everybody talking over here. Then maybe it's infinity. I don't know. I have no clue. Maybe there are aliens that will take us over to their planet when this one's fucked up. I don't know. You're a food source. I don't know.
I think it's more of a dimensional thing almost.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the one I was on in Saturday. I don't know where the fuck I was. All I know is there's a picket fence that I did not like. Every time I open my eyes. I did do that was a 1/2 gram and I was fucked up hard. I did a full gram today, but I did 2/3 of a gram beforehand. I went, oh, okay, yeah, I can do the other third. And then I did the other third. And then became chatty Cathy. But it helps. I would rather see somebody like me on here being a chatty Cathy and jumping all over with subjects than the ones that you have to pry fucking information from. And, you know, those are kind of hard to watch sometimes for me. I am pretty much an open book, but
I love that about you.
Yeah, I try to be authentic. That's the only thing we really have is who we are. You gotta be authentic coming out of the gate. And that's what I'm trying to do, just be authentic. And oh, I did want to bring up my Growing Femmes is a podcast in the making. It's not a podcast yet, but the format that I want to do is pre-taping in my, and there will be a live segment, but a good portion of it would be a pre-taped podcast where I have a edited, nice looking segment. But here's the hitch, is the edited, nice looking segment and smoothly running it. So, yep, it's coming, everybody. And Growing Femmes doesn't mean you have to be a woman to engage with me, because a lot of us grow femmes. Some of us are femmes that grow. And a lot of us femmes couldn't grow without you guys. So, yeah. Yeah, you may someday be an interview for me, Eagle. You never know. Did you get any of your girls to grow, or do they just depend on you for anything they need?
Pretty much, yeah. My oldest is yearning to learn nowadays. Lexi has helped out from time to time. More or less the easy shit, couple waterings here and there,
Do they
opening,
grow any-
closing tents for sure.
Excuse me. Do they grow any other kind of plants, flowers, vegetables, anything like that?
We've had gardens from time to time. The oldest likes plants, but now they're than that, nah, not really.
Yeah, see, when I was in school in the 70s, house plants, filling your room with house plants was quite the thing, and I did too, because I love to grow things. So that's what I did to make my room green. Had a real nice south view of Red Cedar River from my Bailey Hall. Yeah, it was pretty cool. But yeah, I grew forever. I've grown some kind of plant forever. In the first year I grew cannabis. No, I didn't know how to grow cannabis. And I think that is one complaint that I do have about baby. That I have with people that get down about people that consultants that don't know what they're doing because they never grew cannabis. True enough. That's a true enough statement. But that does not mean that they don't know how to grow a plant and have been trained to do greenhouse growing. And that greenhouse growing, as any of you know, is an art in itself. And yeah, some of those chads out there, they fuck it up. But there are chads out there that don't fuck it up too. And that's kind of the coming from the outside coming in. You got to accept all of those people. But yeah, weed out the bad shit. And there are people that are just flashing the pants. But there's a lot of people, there's a lot of education in the upper education system. You just got to find it. Got to find the ones that are worth their salt. And there's a lot of them out there. Not the real salt, maybe they're organic, but you know what I'm saying, right? Yeah, I don't throw away the baby with the bathwater just because I have a preconceived notion about, and we do have loyalty to our untrained guerrilla growers that have evolved into better growers. And that's great, but that's not to say that somebody who's trained in a school about how to grow can't do a good job too. So, and that's the only thing I have to say about that. I just, my one little soapbox, because people do get pretty uppity about it, you know? It's that loyalty thing. Let's take a hit, kids.
I'm with you there. This is my half plant asking if I'm my shit.
Well, we've done this shit for 2 hours now. It's 1:30. So unless there's some burning question you have for me or any of you guys out there, then I'm going to let you go ahead and sign off and take your break and come back or not for Weed Nerd World. That's up to you. Look at me conducting this whole fucking thing like I know what I'm doing.
All right.
I may have watched this a couple times.
I'm just let down. It has to be burning. I can't just have a question. It has to be a burning question.
Oh, yeah, you can ask me anything. Ask me anything.
So it's like what has been your favorite strain to grow so far?
I would have to say, I like strawberry. My favorite strain was one of them that got ripped off that I never got to see the fruition on. And that was Widow Bomb. And all I got off of that poor fucker was one arm. And it was a popcorn arm. Like I say, it was a full month. And that goes 10 weeks. So it was probably a month and a week that it had to die or survive. And since it had 100 gallons underneath it of roots, feeding just this one little arm, it fucking kind of grew kind of nice and filled out. And I got that one little arm and it developed and it was fucking delicious. But all I had was one little arm. And the Widow Bomb seeds are out of, I believe, New Zealand or Australia. And I originally got the seeds through Seedsman's, and I cannot, even if I wanted to deal with Seedsman's, which I don't do anymore just because now that I've been in this community, I know local seed dealers that I deal with, but they couldn't have gotten them for me anymore because that's where I got them originally. I did get in touch with the company in New Zealand directly, and they're like, yeah, go to Western Union and get a money order, international money order, and no problem. Easy. I must have went to 20 places. International money order. No, we can do a money order, not international. Thing in the email. Make sure it's international or send cash. No. They guaranteed me that these places existed, but I couldn't find them. So I will not be getting Widow Bomb seeds this year. However, if any of you out there have some Widow Bomb seeds, I'd be more than happy to take some. IG with Kiss Gardens, just give me a little message. We'll work something out. Frustrating, so fucking frustrating. I wonder how much money I spent trying to find a fucking international money order. It never did get one. On top of what it would have cost me to get the seeds, because they weren't cheap seeds. So I'd say that was my favorite one just because it was so fleeting and I wanted more, and I think it was a psychological best One. But I've grown some pretty good ones. My Mac one last year, that was pretty good. Strawberry, I have an affinity for strawberry flavor. I don't know why. Strawberry blue from TH Seeds, I had twins growing side by side. They were big and fat and looked like, you know how burning bushes grow, that kind of fatty looking thing? These look like. They're beautiful, just fucking beautiful. Fucking thieves! Took them both out. I did get one arm off of one of those too. Again, tasty as a fuck. I grew one of those last year though, and I did not do a good job with it. So I would say I'm going to try it again this year to see. But I've also, because I have an affinity for strawberry, last year I grew 3 Irie strawberry. What is the thing of the strawberry? Starburst. They were okay. I like the strawberry blue better. But this year, from I believe it's 2020, I've got strawberry blonde. I want to see what that does. So that's how I experiment. I just stay within a flavor and try all the different things around it. But I've also got Blue Dream is, I would have to say, one of my favorites, to be truthful. I like Gorilla Glue. That's pretty good. But my Blue Dream, I like better. And a lot of people diss it and say, yeah, it was hype. But when it was hyping, that was probably the first time I was trying anything other than brick or somewhat shitty weed. And I remember the first time it was Pineapple Express. So whenever that was at its height, that's what I actually tried first. And Blue Dream, I read about it a couple times. I went, hey, that sounds interesting. I'd like to try that. I didn't know what the true hype was until after I got it and went, oh, okay, I guess if there's hype. But I also like the White Widows. I do like the Widows. I like the Widow line. I like the AK-47 line too. There's several varieties along those lines. The blends I like. As far as getting the true, like the White Widow, I did grow one last year, and that did come from greenhouse seeds as a gift pack from Seedsman's. So maybe it was the real one, maybe not, but it came from the right house for, came from the right breeder. It was real. But fuck, who can tell? Nice plant. Big, meaty. Still got a bunch of it sitting on my steps upstairs. In a big bucket. Most of the stuff that I have left over right now, and I do have a lot left over, I'm going to just dry sift it. And I'm not going to take it to full melt, but usually what I do when I get it mostly clean is I put it in my edibles. I do my butter still with it. And all the old people, all of a sudden, they need edibles because we're all falling fucking apart. But I do cookies, and I don't want to do sweets too much just because carbohydrates aren't really that great for us. But I also had honeybees. I started raising honeybees last year. So I had honey. So I used my honey and my butter. Well, I didn't make the butter, but I clarified the butter, medicated butter, and a couple other ingredients, roasted pecans and cinnamon, and made myself a compound butter. And you put it on your toast in the morning, and it's just like a freaking cinnamon roll because the honey sweetens it up and the pecans. Delicious. And it holds good because honey doesn't go bad too fast. And I clarify my butter, and I have nice clean butter because I use the method I use to first clarify it's really good, and then using just the hash instead of the full body of the plain. I'm not getting the chlorophyll in my butter at all. You don't taste. I can taste a little bit of cannabis because I know where the undertaste is, but it's not. Well, you tasted it. Did you taste any of it?
Delicious. No, I don't. I love the taste of like chlorophyll, the planty taste. And I'm on the side. Chlorophyll is beneficial to you.
Yeah, I
It's
know
good
it
for the
is, but
liver, the blood cells. I mean, I don't know. But teacher, I'm not knocking the
yeah,
rest of you.
that's fine, but yeah, it's just it is funny because it does. You can sit there and eat it and not know you're eating what you're eating, and then pretty soon you fucked up. But edibles don't hit me, so I have to ask people how it does for them.
Why don't you think edibles why don't edibles hit you?
I think it's something to do with my physiology, the way that it processes edibles. There's some studies on it saying that my body is too efficient, perhaps, or it's a fuck up in the system where I burn through it too fast. But what does happen is, like especially if I'm doing chocolates, because I won't put a chocolate spatula in the sink to be washed until I lick it clean, because this way I am. And I've done that a couple times where I don't know how much I ate, but too much, and I was tripping balls. But I got to get to tripping balls to feel it. Otherwise, it can tire me out a little bit, but I don't get any kind of a psychoactive effect.
Tripping balls on cannabis is a pretty fun experience. So
Not when you'll go to the store not knowing you were going to be tripping balls, and suddenly you are. Here I am in Myers going, I know I'm here for something. I've got fucking chocolate on the stove. I'm here for something related to the chocolate on the stove, but I'm like walking aisles aimlessly knowing I'm supposed to be there to pick something up, but what the fuck? Couldn't tell you. And now I'm starting to panic, and I can't not panic because I can't figure it out, and I need to get the hell out of here. Everybody's now looking at me because I'm just walking up and down aisles with an empty cart. And I just went, fuck it. And I just walked out. Got back, went, oh yeah, vanilla. I just need some vanilla. I didn't go back though. I just turned the stove off and waited for tomorrow when I would be so fucking high. It was pretty embarrassing. But at the time, I probably thought I didn't need to write down vanilla. But then I got to the store and it was like, wow, 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 wow.
Oh, I've had some stony moments at the store like that where I've proclaimed, yeah, I'm not going back.
Yeah, I just gotta leave. That nobody, fuck, I hope nobody I know sees me.
But them were just stoner moments myself. Them weren't like tripping balls.
Hey, by the way, do you remember the very first time I ever saw you we were at Luzerne? Do you remember me at all? Like I said, now remember I was about 75% 75%, no, 75 pounds heavier, which is not 75%. But it was the first time I did mushrooms in 25 years, maybe. I was there with Sunny and Bectopia. And I had a red chow with me. Oh, she's not here right now. Oh, yeah, she's just right behind me. I had this red chow, this rug here. She was with me, and but I did penis envy that Becca had brought, and I was so fucked up. I ended up, I felt like the bones in my body just melted, and I didn't have any control. And the people that we were next to had zero recliners, the zero gravity recliners, which was great when they weren't in the camp, but they came back and I'm like, okay, I'll get out of your chair. And then I tried to sit up in just a regular folding chair, you know, those accordion ones, and I didn't have I couldn't hold my hat up. So I ended up and went inside the tent and talked about breathing rarefied air, and it was fun. Yeah, I was in a cocoon, but at one point I had to get out of my fucking cocoon because I had to pee, and I didn't know if I could make it all the way over to where the bathroom was, but I was gonna fucking give it my very best shot. And there, my legs barely work, so I'm walking like fucking Igor through the darkness of the woods. And I get about halfway, and I look to the right, and there's Eagle. I knew it was you. I've seen you on TV. I'm like, that's Eagle. And you're talking. I don't know if you're talking to maybe High and Tight, or you're talking to somebody else I knew, which I cannot recall now. But it just struck me funny that I was even seeing you there, and I still had to get to the bathroom and pee, and I didn't know why I was being distracted by you. And then you looked over at me like, what the motherfuck, man? Who's this goony goo who's staring at me? So I was like, hey, and I just kept on going. I was just like, fuck. But the moral of the story is I left for the bathroom early enough I didn't piss myself. It was a win, but not truly meeting you.
No, I don't remember, but that was a great event, though. I gotta say, I wanted to. If we ended up fucking tripping balls there, old Marshall brought some chocolates and indulged that night a little bit. And I actually I was like, man, I think he was Stoney. He was like, man, you get shot. I was like, man, wouldn't it be so much fun to fucking put out a Bigfoot costume and run through this bitch? Fuck.
It's fucking Bigfoot.
He was like middle of the night. So he's like, yeah, you probably get
Well, we're
shot.
on a fucking cemetery to begin with, which who puts a campsite right on a cemetery? I mean, the only thing between us and the cemetery is a chain link fence.
One day they were fucking having the one day they were having a funeral right by the Michigan Bros campsite right there. You off in the fucking distance, you can watch them. They were like,
and Grandma to Russ, and we're over here jamming and getting high. Sorry. Happy trails. Yeah, I was up at night and I was looking out and going, there's a light over there. What's that light over there? And it didn't move or nothing, but it didn't seem like the right spot to be a light. So I just figured,
It is a beautiful place though, man. That area of Michigan is really nice.
Well, when Becca come to Michigan, because I hadn't met her until she landed in Muskegon, and I picked her up at the airport. I never laid eyes on her. I'm like, wow, that's a leap of faith. So her husband, when she was telling him where she was going, because I didn't know him at the time either, and he was teasing her, yeah, you can go to a clan meetup. And because coming to my house, another gal, and there's not a lot of us women, let's face it. There's not a lot of us women in cannabis. So he was
It's
teasing.
growing though. You girls are growing. You're gaining 100%.
Yeah, we are, and I'm really glad to see it. I really am. And but so on the way there, because she told me that her old man was teasing her about it being a clam meet, clam dig or whatever, whatever pussy joke he was trying to make. And so we're going down the fucking road, and we go zipping by a sign that says Clam River. And I go, fuck, we should have stopped and took a picture. But we did, and I said, we'll do it on the way back, and then I couldn't find it on the way back because I'm high on. I think that's when the rain was pouring. Because I didn't stay for both days. I only stayed for one day. Because she didn't want to stay. I didn't understand it at the time, but being around a lot of people for a long time gives her high anxiety. She just didn't want to be around people. So she goes, no, let's go. I want to do a lot of things. We did. But I didn't stay for both days. But as we were leaving, we packed up, and that's kind of bummed because I just met everybody. But I didn't also just come from Oregon, and she did. So I was willing to accommodate her. But we got all packed up and in the car, and down the road we go, and all of a sudden, all fucking hell broke loose out of the sky, and it rained like a motherfucker. And I went, thank you, Becca. Because that night before that was the first night, and it rained like so hard. And then then we had a nice dry morning, and then we left, and as we were leaving, I know it was hitting you guys too. So yeah, I was glad to have missed that, but I did miss the camaraderie of you guys. No, they don't have them anymore. Those shit fleeting things.
But they did take, the event holders did take note. There are becoming more and more of the camping events, and I do love the camping events.
Definitely go to Gems and Genetics. That is a good time. Nice. The one in Sarnes Resort, you can look that, just the resort itself is online, and it is on, I want to say it's on the Muskegon River, but I think it's part of the Hardy Dam, whatever, to the pond, because it's got different names as it's coming in because of their damming system. But yeah, it is right there on the Muskegon River, but you won't see the Muskegon River from where we're at. It's just like over hill, over dale, and there's still campers between us. I have to say it's got to be 120 acre property right there, and we're smack dab in the fucking middle of it. But they do have cement buildings, as far as it's not all rough. They're up in the front, they actually have a little general store and bathrooms and showers, so because it is a resort, so that's nice.
So have you always considered, do you consider yourself a medical smoker, user, or was there a transition point where you
there was definitely a
realized?
transition point. I was a stoner. That's what I was. That's what I did. As pot got stronger, I got happier. As it got tastier, I got happier. And that's when I really started getting really interested. Me and Mary Jane were always in love, but then we took it to a new level when I learned about growing and what it could actually be. And because I did love to grow, it was just a very natural transition for me to that's when we started gobbling up information and figuring out what was bullshit and grow science and what was facts and maybe not facts, and and the community that came with it. It was just a little added bonus, you guys. And it kind of is, back in the day, I mean, when I was in my 30s, I had a lot of people I partied with, but they've all kind of fallen by the wayside, except for the hardcores. I guess I'm a hardcore, you're a hardcore, they're all hardcore. But I am very much about the medical. 2012, when my mom died, I was angry, very angry that I could not get her the medicine I know could have saved her. Pissed me off. So I would have to say that's when I became a medical. I looked at it as more of a medical, not more as a medical, but I looked at it also as a medical because it could have saved her fucking life and it didn't because of bullshit. Bullshit. Her fault too. I mean, she did smoke all those years, but she was addicted and she couldn't kick it. And I smoked for 20 years myself, but when I kicked cigarettes, it was weird. Like I said, I stopped suddenly and weirdly with the alcohol. So was the cigarettes. I found out I was pregnant. Found out that work was going to bend me over for maternity leave. They weren't going to give me the second accident that everybody else up to that point had gotten. And they weren't taking my medical notes as far as me working next to the fucking coolant system, just moving me away from certain things. They would not accommodate those slips, but they wouldn't give me second accident. So I had to sue my employer. And I wasn't getting any money coming in at all. And I always said I was going to quit smoking. I would quit smoking cigarettes because I was going to get fat. Well, I was pregnant. I'm going to get fat anyway. I didn't have any money. So I begrudgingly quit smoking cigarettes. And the way I did is I finished my last cigarette of my carton because I was a hardcore smoker. I bought it by the carton. And $1.75 expensive when I quit. $1.75. Can you imagine? And I thought that was all fucking outrageous. Outrageous. But anyway, I smoked my last cigarette. Like I said, my dad always hated cigarettes, always. And I wouldn't smoke in front of him anyway, but we had a Christmas tree business. That was our family business, farmers. We retailed Christmas trees, but we could not raise enough trees for the varieties we needed. So we also went out and wholesale. And it just so happened that day that I ran out of cigarettes, I was going out with my dad to mark and cut some trees. It has happened right next to my employer who wouldn't let me work or give me money. And I was suing. It was weird. The farm was right next to where my work was. Weird things in my life. But anyway, I spent my day outside and it was fresh snow. We had 6 inches of fresh snow, beautiful day. And I didn't even think about cigarettes. And I'm just marking trees and he's cutting them and bitching when I drag them, but I was dragging them too. And got done with the day and I was fucking exhausted because I fresh air and working outside and I was pregnant. And got home and I realized that I hadn't had a cigarette all day, and nor did I want one all day because I was concentrating on cutting and picking trees. And I thought to myself, because I was pretty tired, well, when I get up in the morning, I'll want a cigarette. And I got up in the morning, I didn't want a cigarette. And I went, that's pretty weird. And so I just kept waiting to want a cigarette and I never did. And that's how I quit smoking cigarettes. Although, 2 times I wanted a cigarette, but only it was just a memory, muscle memory. Whenever, because I worked 20 miles south of where I live, and I had to get on the US 31 and go, 20 minutes down the road, cross the fucking bridge in Grand Haven. You open and close this bullshit bridge. Anyway, yeah, I always lit up my cigarette when I got on the on-ramp to go to work. And I had to go and sign some papers at work because they were finally going to have to pay me because they had to admit they were wrong. But when I got on the ramp, I felt like I reached over for my purse to get my cigarettes and I was like, oh, I forgot I quit. I'm not gonna light that up. And the other time was I did shoot pool. And I went to the bar and I got my Virgin Mary and set my drink down and set my stick down and took off my jacket and reached in my purse to get my cigarettes because that's what I always did. And I went, I don't smoke anymore, silly girl. And that was the only time I ever thought about having cigarettes. And then a couple years later, I was dreamed about smoking. I was in a dream and I smoked and I went, hey, wait, I don't smoke. This isn't cool. It was weird. It was weird. Right in my dream, I was like, you don't smoke. What the fuck is this? Don't, no. I smoked 20 years. That's a long fucking time to smoke a cigarette.
It's a super long time to smoke cigarettes.
Yeah. And then just cut cold turkey, pack and a half easy a day. 2 packs if I was out drinking, but since I was pregnant, I was of course not drinking.
Smoke a lot of weed though. I definitely kept smoking weed pretty heavily.
Yeah, and I did smoke weed when I was pregnant, which was pretty controversial at the time, so it was the early 90s. And my husband was very adamant that I should not admit that I get high to anybody because who knows, I could be tested in the hospital or anything. And then actually, when my daughter had her baby, because she was 3 months premature, just by routine, I guess, they did test her for THC, and she was using it for nausea. And she ended up in the system, though they kept saying, you haven't done anything wrong, but, and like they said, we want to do home visits, make sure everything's, and it's like, well, if you haven't done anything wrong, why do you need a home visit? But whatever, but they even gave her a lockbox for their last, with their pipes and stuff in it. Was real tiny. It was funny. It's like you can't even get your bong in there. What are you gonna do? Yeah, you got a little lockbox for 2 little hand pipes. Oh, you go now. Like, what the fuck they gonna do when they see the dab rig and the torch and shit?
I enjoyed the extracts, but I didn't like what the torches and the dab rigs brought to cannabis in the beginning, as much as I like the high.
I can cold start, but yeah, I don't like it either. I think it's very violently. It reminds me too much of harder substances and the association with that, I remember free base cocaine. I don't need to do shit now like this.
It doesn't help the stigma of cannabis for sure.
No, because that was a whole different dirty drug, and it just.
I kind of worried about that a little bit, and to be honest with you, just the dabs themselves, because especially with the younger kids these days, they're always what's trendy, well, dabs are trendy, also probably the top level of cannabis. So if that's their entry point into cannabis, I mean,
Yeah, then where do you go from there?
Yeah, right.
It's like getting a face tattoo. Where do you go from there? Nothing else is going to satisfy you. You don't start with a face tattoo, you asshole.
I've seen it. I have seen it.
I'm sure you have, but but then the word asshole too, it probably comes to mind as well for the 3 people. What a dumbass. Or maybe dumbass. Dumbass is better because they just don't think forever.
Well, yeah, it's somebody that's pretty well covered.
You can have you could be my brother. My son-in-law has a lot of tats, and he worked in a tattoo parlor. He was a piercer in a tattoo parlor for a while. But like, who knows how many you have sitting right now? You don't have anything sticking out. I know what you got underneath your shirt and hoodie, but to an average Joe just going by looking, you don't have a tattoo.
It's funny because I kind of talk about that a lot. You don't know how many people I run into or meet during the winter months.
When you're fully covered.
Incognito, pretty much. Yeah,
I
that's
thought
what
you were a flannel shirt kind of guy.
yeah, so I'm already having
Well, what
that
do you
with
do
like,
button up too? Just like you're from the Latino gangs, man. It's just like, what the fuck, man? That is a look. I'll give you that. That's a look. I mean, it doesn't look bad on you, but that's kind of, it's reminiscent of in the movies in the Latino gangs. They always button right up to that top button and right before they murdered your ass. I know you won't do anything like that though.
no,
No. You seem pretty harmless.
I appreciate that. I'm not though.
I said seem.
Okay. Oh,
Well, I mean, not that you haven't got the potential to be able to do harm, but I don't think you would do me any harm.
no.
You have no cause, and you have no. Even if I was the biggest wench you ever saw, all you do is just go, what the fuck, and blow that. Done with that shit. You wouldn't do anything spiteful or mean to me. I know you wouldn't. I know people that are out to fuck me up, and I can tell the difference.
Nothing gained out of that mentality, in my opinion.
No, there's a lot of people out there that will use you for everything you got.
I've heard that phrase right there too, and it is a true phrase, is to know your limit, because if you don't know your limit, other people will find it for you.
Be generous, but not to a fault. Woo!
So do you see you do seem to love these cannabis events? Do you see yourself traveling outward of Michigan to meet other weed nerds, cool people in the cannabis community? I
Why?
mean, Michigan, I think, just wakes
Funny
your
you
eyes
should
up.
mention that. I am going on my next venture. The week before the Gems and Genetics and Sirens, I will be at the DGC Cup in Colorado.
Nice.
I went last year, had a really good time. I'm going back this year. I know it's going to be a good time. And one thing I really enjoy about going to these events is I collect friends that I may or may not would have known if I hadn't gone. The one last year that I went to DGC, I met Navin and his wife Terry. Navin, if any of you went to the DGC, he actually did the artwork on their sticker and poster there, the little troll guy. I have it and I don't know where it's at. I couldn't possibly get up and walk. But anyway, yeah, he did. He's a very good artist. And he did my chow in my sticker, my avatar with the dripping spit with the little bee by it. He drew that for me too. He actually did me a full painting that. No, he's not here. Oh yeah, he is. The fucking black Loganja. That dog hasn't destroyed anything up to that point, and I had it sitting right on that couch. Took it out of a vanilla envelope. Oh, that's so nice. Gonna get that frame. Set it on that couch. And then I had to go somewhere. I was gone maybe an hour and I came back and it was on the floor in a bunch of pieces. Oh God, I just wanted to kill him. But the good thing is all the pieces are there. And right now I'm just pressing them. And I am going to have to like back it and I can glue it back together, but it's not the same. But the same model that he used for the painting that the dog ate is in my avatar. Except what I did, I used to have 2 cream chows, and one of them was a rescue out of Georgia that had dog autism. And he was just Ferdinand the bull, and he just a little baby, was scared of plastic. If a plastic bag blew in his way, he would fucking freak out because he didn't know what the fuck it was. He got lost twice for 3 days because I don't know if he knew where he was, but he was scared to come out by people anyway. And it was crazy. Every time he'd try to come out of the woods where he ended up at, he'd see people and freak out and run back in because it wasn't me. I was actively looking for him. Both times, yeah, I had to physically run him down and find him. First time I had another little dog with me, another little chow. That made it real easy. But long story short, I took his coloring and I just photoshopped. I'm pretty good at Photoshop elements, so I just took the base and made it the same color as old Bilbo Baggins's. So, yep, that's where I came up with my avatar. And blue kiss is because chow chows have a blue tongue. They don't give pink kisses, they give blue kisses.
Oh, nice.
If any of you ever wondered, I get blue kisses. I don't get pink kisses from my dogs. And when I see a dog with a pink tongue, it looks weird. It's like, what's wrong with you? Oh, yeah, that's right. I got the black one's tongue is so dark when I first got him. I do rescues too. I don't do breeders, and there's too many dogs out there that people fuck up for because they needed to have a chow. And chows are kind of like huskies or any other real dominant breed, and sled doggish. Although these fuckers are lazy, they're not sled dogs anymore. But they were at one time. They were in fucking wars. They were sent out in wars, and now look at them. Sad. But yeah, I digress and I lost my train. It fucking pulled out, and I'm still sitting there with my luggage.
Dogs are awesome though. Chows are amazing. I was around.
Yeah,
a
but
bunch
that's
when
how I
was
get
a
mine is
kid.
because people get these smart fucking chows and they just they run them hard, and then they end up being problems or bite somebody, and so they have to have somebody that can't be fucked around and fooled with. And I don't have patience with it. I won't ask you to do nothing you don't want to do necessarily, but when I finally do ask you to do something, you will do it. My vet wants me to put the black one down now because the reason I got him is he bit somebody. The kid that owned him, kid in the family, they were trying to give him a bath. And I'm sure he gave him plenty of sign because I see how he is when he doesn't like what you're doing to him. And they tried to use a hose on him, and he didn't like that. So they brought him inside to try to put him in the tub. And he knew what the fuck was going to happen when they picked him up to try to put him in the tub. So he turned around and nailed the kid. And I've seen him get pissed and that's his first answer to any problem is teeth. Sweet as can be when he's not pissed. But when he gets worked up, first answer is teeth. He wants to play teeth. So yeah, we don't play with teeth. We had no games with teeth at all, but there's times when he's worked up, I won't put my hand on him till I know. People say, why would you own a dog like that? Well, he had enough people fail him. He doesn't need me failing him too.
Yeah.
But I did tell him just today because the red one's literally on her last leg. Her back legs are going out, and she's 15. So I don't think I'm going to have her much longer. She's letting me help her outside and stuff right now, but if she doesn't make forward progress, I don't see her being around very much longer. And at that point, he's going to probably become real problematic because he's going to be my Klingon. I already had a little talk about him, and the first time he bites me, sorry, because I'm his last hope. I'm not sending him on for a third bite to anybody.
Right.
But yeah, problem dogs. People make problems. Sometimes you can. But the vet said, yeah, he's aggressive. He's going to end up killing the red dog. And I said, no, he won't. He won't do that, but I did see him turn on her once, but she was just like smacking him right back down, going, no, motherfucker, I don't think so. So I don't have protection of a big fucking fur around me like she does. But yeah, yeah, I think that was an exaggeration, but yeah, and he's like, you could rip your throat out in the middle of the night. I go, what's his motivation to do that? What was his motivation? He's not vicious like that, but he is fucking aggressive when he gets worked up. And he still has his balls. And the reason he does is because when I went to get him in shots, he almost bit what the vet tech that was trying to muzzle him. Because I only had him for like 4 days and he didn't trust me, and I didn't want him to not trust me. And he go, oh yeah, we can muzzle him. Couldn't muzzle him. And I was sitting in the room and I heard him go, did he get you? And she goes, no, I'm okay. And then he comes trotting back in and plants his ass right next to my leg. And they went, yeah, this is our advice for you. Think about it a couple days, bring him back, we'll euthanize him for you. And I'm like, what? I just wanted shots, not the fatal shot. Yeah, crazy. So we'll see. I don't give up very easily on animals, though. And I really detest people that throw animals away for bullshit.
I gotta agree with you there, 100%.
Yeah.
I can't believe people do, to be honest with you. I've been over the years faced with questions like, pressures of life. Pressures of life. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Life changes, shit happens.
I'm like, there's been where, we got to get rid of some dogs. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that they're like kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Pick one. Which one do I get rid of? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the other worst. Yeah, that's like choose again, like choosing a kid, going, yeah, no, no more.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Exactly.
Unconditional dogs. That's one of the things I love about dogs. Is 9 times out of 10, it's unconditional love. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Logan, come here. He's been eating my dough, I think, again. Saturday. That's actually, he didn't trust me after I took him to the vet. He hadn't trust me. I had almost passed out and almost, literally he was walking with me. And I kind of blacked out and started going down. And I came back to it before I hit the ground, but he was right there. And I knew I was still going to go down. So I just kind of up against that wall over there and grabbed the corner and shit flew and I broke a pipe and he was right there. And there was a dish, the dishes used to be over here. And I skittered one of the dishes across and there's food flying and he thought he was going to die. He'd been here for 3 days. Now I'm going to take him to the vet and I put a muzzle on him first. He didn't trust me because he thought I was going to crush his ass. And they're like, no, we can do that. So long story short, again, he still has his nuts and he doesn't have shots. But now he lets me handle his muzzle and shit. So that might be a changing situation this year. And he does been eating my cannabis. The first time that he did decide he liked me was all of a sudden one day after he was leery of me, hard leery, he come up and he just glued his ass right on my leg. And I'm like, who the fuck are you? Where did you come from? And he just like get this loopy eyed look at me and went, I wonder if he ate some cannabis. And oh yeah, hours he was just fucking, he didn't know what to do with himself. After that, he just loved the fuck out of me. I must have been some kind of savior. Come on, have some fluid, you'll feel better. Oh, what a dipshit. But he came, his name was Logan when I got him. So I just added the J and made him Loganja. A friend of mine, because he is very black. He is the blackest dog I've ever owned. And I've owned a couple black dogs, but his tongue is also black. And when I first got him, he'd look at me, he'd drop his head so you could see the whites under his eyes. And all you could see is teeth and the whites under his eyes and his outline. looked like the fucking devil. So I was calling him Beelzebub for a little while, or just Bob. And but when we first got him, I had to go to Brighton to get him, pick him up. And he came from Detroit, but I met the gal in Brighton to pick him up and get his information. And we had to get gas on the way home, and the friend that went with me, she's in the car, and we're going to the gas station, and she goes, you can keep his name to be Logan. I go, oh, I don't know, I haven't thought about it. She goes, I think you should call him Toby. And I went, what? And she goes, I think you should call him Toby. And I go, well, let's think about this for a minute. Toby, for a black dog. Toby. Doesn't sound politically correct. She goes, well, I think he looks like a Toby. And I go, I ain't calling my dog Toby. She still calls him Toby to this day. But she went inside to pay for the gas, and he's hanging his head out, and the guy in line made comment about the beautiful black chow, and she went into the story. Yeah, she just got her. We're gonna rename him. I think I'm rooting that she renames him Toby. Well, she found out it isn't politically correct, because he goes, are you fucking kidding, or something to that effect? And she goes, no, why? And he goes, that's really, it's offensive. And she's like, that's what she said. And I'm just like, dumb bitch. So she comes out of the gas station. I'm watching her come out, and this guy's come out behind her, like giving her the stink eye and walking away. And I'm just like, what the fuck was that about? Yeah, I'm a big mouth, but she's a big mouth. And she gets in the car, and she tells me the story about telling this guy his name is going to be Toby. But no, not Toby. Loganja. He'll answer to it too sometimes.
Sometimes. I love dogs. I'm a dog guy myself. You probably know that as much as I'm talking to the dogs or looking over my shoulder during the shows.
Yeah. Well, they're great companions. They really are.
Oh yeah. They definitely, like I said, there's something to be said about that unconditional love. You know, when you're down and out, they want to fucking pick you up, jump in your lap. You know what I mean? They know. They try their best to brighten you up, that's for sure.
Well, the other day, on the 2nd, because it was my mother's birthday, well, she was the red one. I don't know if you can see it. She's basically just a fucking rug. That's all she is. She's a rug. That's what she is. Well, she's fucking 15. She don't do much of anything. But I love her to death. But her rear legs gave out, and she was panting like she was in pain, and she's 15. So I figure I'm gonna have to put her down. But I haven't had her at my regular vet for ever, because I just got her shots at the local I want to say pharmacy, but that's not what it is. Tractor Supply. And then when she turned 13, I'm like, why am I fucking putting her through this? She don't need shots. She doesn't go anywhere. She doesn't do anything. Occasionally she would go to the beach, but by the time she was 13, we stopped doing that too, because there was some dog flu coming through. So I stopped taking her to the beach.
We had some shit like that around here in Michigan, like where they were warning everybody to not take your dogs to like public parks and
Yeah, that was the
dog
same
parks
thing.
and
It was
shit
coming
like
out of
that.
Grand Rapids area up from the south. And it was moved, it was a flu of some kind. It was killing them. So I just went, you know what? I mean, they like the beach, but they don't need to go to the beach. They got this big fucking yard. They can just go out in that yard.
You let them run, obviously. I think that's
She
caging
doesn't,
or tying
well, no,
dogs
I
up
don't
are
let
like
them
that.
run, but my brother fucking next door lets his run, and they do run right over here into my yard where my dog, the black one, Mr. Hyper Aggressive, takes umbrage. And now my picket fence that's been around my yard since I've been living here looks like I'm fucking redneck hammered little Abner style put together. Because he has fucking Kool-Aid man through it for, I think, 4 or 5. He learned that if he grabbed a hold of the picket and yanked with his jaw, that he could just break it off, because it's just little 1/2-inch cedar pickets. I mean, more of an illusion than anything. Chain link fence is what this fucker's gonna have to have. But he gets out now and he goes over there, and my brother's got English setters, basically a backyard breeder. He's got a bunch of them in a pole barn over there. So now what he does after the house bitches come over and pee and poop in our yard, when he gets out, he goes and fucks with the poor dogs in the pole barn and pisses all over corners. When I went and got him last time, I could see where they were like tearing up the corner of the pole barn. And I thought, good, you motherfucker. My fence looks like, I don't know what, because you let your dogs come over here. And kept begging him, just please keep your dogs over there. One time they were in the goddamn road, and I live on a road that'll take a dog out. And I know I lost many a dog on that road.
It's too bad.
Yeah, I had somebody die in my front yard because they were trying to pass, and they didn't give themselves enough room. So then they tried to cut back in, clipped the car, ass over apple carts, and landed in the front yard.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And I like I say, I'm on 5 acres, so my front yard I'm 220 feet from the road. So it's not like right in my, yeah. And I wasn't living here at the time. My daughter was living here with her then boyfriend, who used to be an EMT. And at that time, he was still getting around pretty good. So he went down to check on the dude, and he said he was pretty much peeled back at the forehead. And yeah, I was living up the road about a mile, and I had to go to work, and I heard that we had to go detour my road because there was a bad accident about halfway down, which is where my house was. And I'm like, we're halfway down, and they're going, I don't know. And they're kind of, just go around. I go, well, think about this, because the person that was telling me, I said, think about this. I got a house halfway down where my daughter lives. I'm concerned. Do you know where it's at? And then she was like, oh, whoa, no. Because at that time I was driving a school bus, and it was a dispatcher. So sometimes they have more information than they tell you. But yeah, at that point she didn't. But I was in no mood to hear any jokes about having to take a detour to work because somebody died by where I have a house and my daughter was living. And it turns out it was the correct spot, just not my daughter, thank God. And she wasn't picking up the phone. That was the other part of the equation. I'm calling and she ain't answering. I'm like, fuck. Yeah, sometimes technology is a bitch too when it doesn't get used.
I get mad when I call my kids and they don't answer. One of my biggest pet peeves. I should be on that auto answer fucking call. No matter what, it should just answer.
Drop your shit and answer my phone call, god damn it. No, what I do is because I am old and a boomer, I am very much a Facebook I still am on Facebook. And so I message through Facebook on her and my brother. A lot of my relatives in my boomer world and my friends just use Facebook for messaging. It's my drug friends that do the IG. I mean cannabis, yeah, not drugs.
Well, the fucking Facebook folks us off.
Oh, Facebook.
Unfortunately, it's weird. Mine are linked together these days.
That's where all my cannabis memes go, is in my Blue Kiss Garden page where people because a lot of my friends on Facebook don't partake of the herb. So all the ones that did, I just invited there for they could post their funny shit because we live in such a frowning society. It's sad.
Fucking Facebook backdoored me through IG.
Bent you over and you didn't even get a chance to relax, did you?
No, it was as painful as you're making it to sound too.
I tore some muscle, man. It's not gonna ever be the same.
It left me tear-eyed and walking away just with a limp, and I was like, what am I to do now?
I'm so sorry. You better find one of them Facebook self-help
I
groups.
had
Oh, wait,
faith
you
in
can't. You're not
IG.
on it anymore. You couldn't even find a self-help group because you can't get on the Facebook.
I swear, man, I got off of Facebook, I think initially in like 12. That they outright said they were we're gonna have the drug police.
What
If you
offensive thing did they do to you?
yeah, that
Wow.
right there. They said they were
What
like
did
we're
you do to
cracking
them?
down.
Did you?
They weren't gonna any kind of weed or anything like that. They were
Well,
gonna be
I
fucking.
get weed pictures all the time on there. I don't understand. Seedsman's
this
on
was
there
like
with a lot of the seed companies are on there with their own pages. So what the fuck? I don't get it.
this was like 12. They were cracking
Oh
down
yeah,
on a
I
lot of the
suppose now it's
forums and
different.
shit like
Yeah,
that.
12 was probably a different world.
And I
That's
was
when
like,
I
you
was,
know what?
yeah, because
Fucking
that's when I was
Facebook.
looking for the cure, remember? Because my mom died in September of 12, and I was looking for any information on medical cannabis to help with breast tumors. And I found shit, but it was out of California, and the numbers were so fucking promising. But California's a long way away, and they said before I even get out there that they can't help me. So yeah. So that's how you make activists. Just go ahead and tie their hands when you know there's something out there that could help somebody you love and you can't get to it for stupid reasons, it will piss you off. Now we can jack you with pharmacopoeia, but she finally just gave up when she realized what her predicament was. And she was old enough and sick enough, she just gave up. And she ended up breathing. What is that? When you just stop breathing? Arrest.
Asphyxiation.
Yeah, it's whatever.
Cardiac arrest.
Arrest. Yeah, I had to talk to the coroner. He asked me all kinds of shit because I was there when she died. It was weird. I've never had anything like that happen before. Why do you think she died? She stopped breathing. I don't know why she died. I said she was laboring, and I said she just I don't know. She stopped breathing. I don't think she had a heart attack. I think she just stopped breathing. She just tired of breathing. It sounds really weird and lame, but he goes, yeah, I think that's what happened too. Sit down. It's like, oh, I'm not a fucking doctor. I'm just playing one at my mother's deathbed. Jesus God. It was surreal. It was just surreal. Why do you think she died? What?
Seems like an almost brutal question.
Yeah. Because I'm a terrible daughter and it was karma. Why do you think she died? I am the kind of smart ass that if I hadn't been grieving, if I had been a little bit angry about anything right at that moment, I would have said something like that.
So how fast I just kind of am curious about how fast do you think the cycle is as one passes? Do you think that it's almost instantaneous? You hear a cry in the hospital room,
I think it depends on, I think we do have consciousness after death about who we were and where we're going. I do think we can be a man or a woman incarnating. But I think, and this is a good one, this one will be something you might be able to laugh about. I told Baked Pawn at G&G, because every time he is on TV, he reminds me of a cranky old fucking boomer, get off my lawn kind of guy. And I said, I've been thinking about this for a long time. I said, I think that in your past life, this just past life, you were a boomer, maybe somebody born in the 40s. And as a teenager, your life, maybe you got in a car accident, but your life got cut short and you were pissed. And so instead of going into a reflective soul state, you said, fuck it, I want to do it again. And you came right back and you are you. And that's why you act like a fucking boomer, because you still have boomer memory because it was so recent. And I said, you still have the technology of being a millennium, but you got that boomer practicality in your soul that you just can't let go. And he says, that might be true. And it might be, who knows? I'm no guru, but I am a Buddhist priest. I can marry people in Michigan. They'll let anybody marry you. I don't know. Just get the paperwork.
That's should marriage have paperwork? Should you have to involve the court system to feel like you're in a union?
It's all a scam. All of it's a scam. The only reason I got married, and we got married on December the 30th at the courthouse because we wanted to get a tax break for that year.
I guess if there's.
I mean, we were going to get married, but he decided to do it on the 30th, so we would get it for the previous year too. Where if we had waited into January or something, we would have only got it for the 1 year. So he just got an extra year. I don't know, weird thinking, but yeah. Yeah, he got mad at me. He told me because he had been previously married and it wasn't a very pretty ending for him. And he said, I'm never getting married again. And he told me that if he told me that once, he told me that 100 times. So I went, okay. I just won't think of you as marriageable material. And when this has run its course, I'm just going to have to go on to, if I feel I need to get married, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. So we went through some hard times and he had been cheating on me and stuff, and we broke up and got back together. But a thing about a woman getting cheated on, and I told him we had a pact that if one of us cheated on the other, we'd be honest about it. And he was, and I was understanding, and I listened to him, and it all went good until I said, are you going to see her again? And he said, I don't know. It was a fucking wrong answer. That's the wrong answer. And so, yeah, we went through some hard times. We broke up, and then finally we got back together. But then I had to punish him just because he was so sneaky. It's like he said he wasn't seeing her, and I found out he did again, and it was just all ugly and shit. So finally I just said, enough, I'm done with your shit. And then he come crawling back, but then I had to punish him for about a year, and he let me. And so, okay, he's letting me punish him. And every time I wanted to be pissed at him, all I had to do is conjure up that little troll's face, and I got instantly pissed, So after a year punishing him, and he, of course, also saying he's never, ever going to get married again. He decides one night on the way home from a bar, he asked me to marry him. And I was like, huh? This is a guy who said he's never, ever, 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 ever going to get married again. So why would I even consider it? And I went, oh, and I didn't say anything. He goes, well, you got to think about it. And he got all mad at me. And I went, well, kind of, yeah, because you said, and I told him what he said. And he says, oh, like, you women don't think about it anyway. And I went, well, not with ineligible men. You told me you didn't want to get married, and I wouldn't want to put you in that position. And I just got done punishing you for a fucking year. Why would I think you wanted to marry me? I mean, I've been thinking about breaking up with you if you're going to be honest about it. But okay. So here we are. But I was married 24 years, and I would never, ever, 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 ever get married again. And that is a fact.
I cannot very much understand. I can very much understand. That's a long run, 24.
And it's a lot of ups, a lot of downs. Good time.
At that point, yeah, if you're like 20 something, don't you kind of like, this is just the gig?
Well, you know what it was is there was some cracks in the foundation because alcoholism's a really tough third person in a marriage. It really is. And when his health started going, at that point, I was losing a little bit of the loving feeling, but I did, like I said, I won't divorce you. I still love you, but I'm not gonna hoist you up. I'm not gonna support you killing yourself. I just can't. And whatever it takes for me to do that. So that made me distance a little bit. But as he's doing this, he's also literally killing himself. So there's no sense to even think about divorce because he's killing himself. It took him a long time. He was a tough bird. Yeah. I thought he would have been gone a couple times there, but no. Because he got died when your pancreas, he killed his pancreas, of course. And your pancreas creates insulin. So he did not make his own insulin anymore. So he was full needle diabetic. But he didn't check his sugar. And he was also smoking. So he had stents in his legs because he didn't have good circulation. And it's like, I don't know how you can kill yourself faster. And I can't really support it, you know? So I just insulated myself from it. Yep. And even when he went into his last surgery, he goes, well, you're finally going to get your wish. You're going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going, oh, you're my bed penny. You'll always come back. And then he lingered for a month. But actually what his surgery was, because he got flesh-eating bacteria in his groin area. Yeah. He was falling, he had fallen and broken bones and stuff, and he wasn't cleaning himself up. He wasn't letting anybody help clean him up, and his daughter wanted to manage shit, so she was doing it. And then finally I was walking past him one day and I was just like, oh my Jesus, you smell horrible. And he was sitting right on the furnace. He couldn't keep warm because he was just skin and bones. He just falling apart. Fucking hard death, you guys. Don't drink. Yeah. So got him in the shower and I looked and it looked like he had bruises in his groin area, hard, ugly bruises. And I went, what's that? And instinctively I knew I didn't want to touch it. And got him all cleaned up and got him back over his chair, and probably 10 minutes later he stunk again. I knew something was really bad. And then I called his daughter, who was in charge of his medical, because she insisted. So I said, you need to get your dad to the hospital. There's something seriously wrong. And then she's dumb enough, she signs her name, and then they start sending her bills because of things that weren't covered. And I already told her, I said, don't ever sign your name when you're taking your dad in for anything. Do not, if you have to prop that pen in his hand, prop the pen in his hand. Because the second you sign for somebody else, you're signing for their bill. Yeah, think about it, you guys. It's a wonderful system we got here. But yeah, but she ended up took him in and he had flesh-eating bacteria, or the fasciitis. And he kept his penis, but he lost one of his nuts. And I told him, you always wear half nuts. So, but he didn't recover from the surgery. It was a horrible surgery for him. He ended up hit with side effect of all that drinking he did, and as far gone as he was, he had a little bit of alcohol dementia. Even coming out of the anesthesia, he was trying to pull out his feeding tube, and at one point they said, well, we want to put a stomach feeding tube in because we can't handle this. And we talked about this forever, and I said, your dad doesn't want that. We talked about it. I know he told you he doesn't want that. And his daughter's going, yep. We don't talk anymore, by the way. And so I called on him the next morning to see how he was. They go, oh, he's coming out of surgery right now. I go, what are you talking about? And they go, yeah, we were going to put a feeding tube in, but he's got so much varices around his liver that there was no way we could get any tube in there. If we would have hit one of them veins, he would have bled out. And I was like, motherfucker. So at that point, it was, yeah, pretty much over. So I told you that was the sad part. I should have just stopped talking about it a long time ago.
It's part of the story. But and that's it's
That's
I thank you for it because people don't realize necessarily how
that's the
bad
most
the
I've dwelled on it
alcoholism
for a really
can
long
be.
time. A really long time. And it doesn't hurt me anymore. I don't have that pain. The biggest pain I had with after he died was people that didn't know he passed, and I'd be out and about in my life and they'd come up and ask me about him. And I would be the one to have to tell them that he died. And then I got to see them go through their reactions, and it was weird. It was kind of a surreal thing to have to do. Of course, they're apologizing to me because they didn't know, and I'm like, no, I'm sorry I had to tell you like this.
Well, there's nothing worse than I can speak from somewhat of an experience here to somebody you spent your whole life with. You know what I mean? You take that vow for better, for worse, through sickness and health.
Yeah,
So when something bad comes up late in a relationship like that, and as much as you love them and like you said, willing to support them, when they're not willing to put it all on the line for themselves, it's crushing to sit
yeah,
back
yeah.
and
You
watch
can't expect
somebody
you
like
can't
that.
expect me to do it for you. And he would vacillate between he knows he's dying to these doctors gotta fix me up. And I was very blunt with him, and I'd always say, no, that's not gonna happen, the alcohol's gonna kill you. And he'd get pissed. He goes, you always say that alcohol, the alcohol, the alcohol. I go, well, it's not just me, it was all the doctors. They're saying it. Remember when they all said it too? And he would just get mad at me about it. And I understand that. But I'm a tough old bitch, and that's who he married. Just like I married an alcoholic, he married this.
We're only who we are at the present. We're always able to change and become a better or worse person.
Softer,
It's
gentler
whatever.
blue kiss every year. But barring that and not happening every year, I also made a New Year's resolution to keep my glass clean. Last year it was very successful. This year I'm a little lackadaisical about it, but I started out with clean glass tonight.
Nice.
So
Definitely makes things a little more tasty, that's for sure.
I'm pretty good at rolling joints, and I've got my old red rolling machine from the 1970s. I still use that every now and again when I want to put a filter in, because I'm not good with hand rolling with putting a filter in. I'd rather roach clip it anyway, if I'm gonna be honest. Cool, then you can smoke it up as far as you want to. That little bit that I gotta throw away, you know how much weed I've got? That's nothing. That's my filter right there.
Yeah, I don't prefer the filter right there either. I'm not a fan. I'm right there with you. If I want it, I want to be able to smoke that thing right down to nothing.
And I don't want to hit a piece of paper when I'm getting high. That's for a fact.
I always get leery like that last little like half inch, like that heating up that paper, that cardboard and shit. I'm like,
Oh yeah, that's
can't
not
be
staying
good.
nice and pristine. And that's not a filter. I don't know why we're calling it a filter. It's a piece of fucking brown paper. It's not filtering. I mean, yeah, I guess it is picking up some shit sediment and shit, but it's not a filter. And I don't know. Give me an old stone, just roll a joint, stick it in a little stone holder, and I'm good. Got a pretty roach clip, I'm good. Of course, I am a boomer old schooler too, so we got that. I think it's time to do another dab too.
I have the dab song ready if you'd like it.
I'm gonna give her a shot. First, let me find my little pot.
I think I have it ready.
Oh, what else do I have?
Holy shit.
Oh shit. I'm gonna do some modified banana.
I gave myself a heart attack there. Well, I tell you what, I said this to the lady at the pharmacy today, man. This last bout with the side bullshit, it's got me all new respect for handicapped people. I would most definitely fucking. I try to be good about opening doors and helping anyway, but I tell you what, I'm will be going out of my way in the recent future.
I'll tell you what the problem is, and that's well and good, is recognizing handy people with limited mobility or whatever. But when it's you and you have to receive the help, motherfucker, is it a kick in the teeth?
Oh man, I am taking so much shit lately from not letting people like help me. It took me everything. We talk about the community, man. I love the community. I really do, man. So many people's like giving me some warm advice and caring ears about what's going on. And today, I found myself in a predicament where I couldn't even drive today.
Well,
And I,
vision was fucked up, wasn't it?
yeah, yeah, like I was telling you, I lost a lot of vision in the one eye
So who
today.
drove Miss Daisy?
Who drove Miss Daisy?
Yeah.
11 Smiles 11 picked me up and round me around today. Made
Shout
sure I
out to
got
you,
my
sir.
Miss, um, Miss 11 Smiles 11.
Oh, it's a miss. Ooh,
Misses, yeah.
ooh, very nice.
Was nice enough to take me and get my prescriptions and shit because yeah, I was fucked, man. I didn't at one point I actually the doctor wouldn't have gotten back with me at that's why I messaged you. If the doctor wouldn't have gotten back,
Yeah, I
with
couldn't figure it
me,
out because I kept getting it. I was on the computer and it was a half message and then another half message, and I went, "Yeah, I think I can tell that. Yeah, I think I can do." No, okay, I think I'm doing this.
Yeah. The first one was I honestly thought I was ready to head to the ER because I couldn't. It's kind of that it's that fucked up really. And then well like I was trying to tell you before the show, like took the tomorrow steps very pertinent on me taking the steps that I'm supposed to take with the medication.
By the way, did you take those drops during my chitty chat time?
Yep, twice now. Twice now I've dropped.
Good for you. Do you have a little alarm that pops off for you?
No, I've been just trying to remember. But yeah,
Let's see how long of a stretch you can have going with that. Yeah, I went for 8 hours and that was really good. And then
you know it's funny, it says right on the package, 1 drop every waking hour. I'm like, yeah, they don't know I stay up quite a bit. that could be a lot of drops. But
you
yeah, that
also cover the eye. They still have you covering it, or do they?
I covered it myself because
Well, I
it
saw
looked like
you
it had
patched
been
up, which I was glad to see that, because if you have that kind of eye sensitivity, that means you're every time you hit it with the light,
light.
some kind of a damage.
Fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
I'm surprised you didn't have a migraine, to tell you the truth.
Oh, I've had a headache, and that's kind of that side's been hurting. It's not been a good few days, that's for sure.
Oh, I'm
But
sorry.
it was to the point where like they prescribed me these drops, and like I said, they're counting on trying to get as much of the inflammation down as they can so they can further diagnose what's going on, because right now it's they
But
say
they
my
don't think it's a foreign body
the
at any
actual
time.
pressure in my eye is like low and the inflammation is so high. They actually think the infection's in the eye, those inside the eyeball.
The ocular or whatever.
Man.
No.
So I couldn't get the drops that I was supposed to get. So I was like
Are
ready
those the
to.
antibiotic drops that they want you to have?
I got those two, antibiotics and anti-inflammatory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take them all.
I mean, well, it was when I woke up this morning and couldn't see out of that eye. It was super panic mode.
Yeah,
Super
that
panic
was.
mode.
Yeah, what are you gonna do without your eye, you're thinking?
Yeah. So yeah, I was at that point. I texted you, and I'm like, I may have to.
I may
not.
have to t.
Yeah, is that what you
Never
got on
mind.
your head? Luckily,
I even tell the guys in Zoom because I go into the Caribou Heart or the Good Witches uh Discord, and we have our little, I call it coffee clatching at the gym, but it's weed clatching is what we do. Wake and bakes.
nice.
But I go to a gym that's very uptight. I call it uptight whites. So you know exactly what I'm dealing with. And let's put it this way. I was putting on some eucalyptus body oil in the locker room. And I didn't think it had that strong a smell. And this one gal walked up, she goes, "Wow, that's really strong." And I'm just like, and she was very judgmentally about it. I went, "Oh yeah, it's eucalyptus. I guess it might be strong." And after that, I went to clean, nothing smells, just regular body oil, going, damn. And that people say things like, there was one gal, I guess, I don't know who she is, because I haven't met her yet that I know of, but you know, we got a 15-person hot tub, and there's a lot of this going on. And there's a lot with me, it's just ears because I just want to learn. And I'm one of the young chicks there, to give you an idea. I'm 64 and I'm one of the young chicks. But yeah, they were bitching about this gal. She was in Florida or whatever. A lot of them were in Florida when I joined. And Amy says, yeah, she thinks she's all hot and stuff. She says she just walked in, she's going to be the fashionista in here. And I looked at her, go, well, did she have nice shit? Or well, I didn't say shit. And I said, she have nice swimsuits and stuff? She goes, I guess. And it's just like, well, fuck, man. Cut her a break. Let quit sucking her joy. But I didn't say that. But from a cannabis perspective, I'm going to have to ease them into it. I did let them know I was walking hash bash. A couple of them knew I was going to the hash bash. You know, I was going to, besides with my broken femur, I wanted to be able to walk. I had to keep up with Spartan grown and anything grows, and they've got legs up to here.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, fuck. Last year when I went, I was still recovering, and I had one of those walking rolling carts. And you'd think it would be a real disadvantage, but it was so crowded last year because the weather wasn't too bad, but it was fucking elbow to elbow people. But with that big red rolly cart, I was just like a fucking speedboat, and them guys were skiing behind me. I just cut a swath, and they just followed.
Yeah, I couldn't have won. I remember he's talking about going back and watching your surgery. I don't know if I could do it, man. I was just talking to somebody.
They told me
the
I
other
was
day.
advised 3 times not to do it, and then I watched just a smidgen of it, and I just, motherfucker, they got a fucking mallet and just swinging, taking big swings. And I'm just like going, holy fuck, no. I see why they didn't want me to see it, but I do also see why I had a bruise that went from the fucking stem to stern, and why it took me 40 days to be normal. Well, I wouldn't call it was normal. I'm still not normal. I wake up every morning and can tell you exactly where I broke it.
Oh, what's normal?
No, wait,
Is
I
anybody
can tell you
normal?
exactly where they ripped the muscles the worst. I don't know if that's where it broke, but yeah.
I
But
want to
I'm
know,
strong again.
is there a normal guideline there? I mean, what is normal? Normal is just what everybody else thinks is normal, right?
Yeah. Well, I've never been normal. I've always been an outsider. I've never fit into any of the pegs. But one thing what I did have going for me, along with the realization that we're probably reincarnated and Jesus is just a nice story. I came up because my parents weren't religious at all. And when I did start going to church, I went with the neighbors to just a non-denominational Church of Christ. And they were telling me my parents were going to hell. Then I'd come home and tell my mom because I was upset. And I'm like, they're telling me you're going to go to hell. So that's what started the dialogue in my house. So I say, learn how to be a critical thinker. My parents recognized that they had 4 bright children. They didn't have a lot of money, but they had 4 bright children, and they encouraged us to use our brains. It says pretty much if we want to go to college, we're gonna have to use our brains to get there because they didn't have the money. So 2 of us, the girls went, the boys didn't.
That's a funny fucking thing right there too, is the whole college thing. Yeah, I think academics, it's a beautiful thing to be able to chase academics as far as you want to take it, but to say
Yeah.
that you need it to move on is like a little bit crazy. A lot of people spend a whole lot of money that they spend the whole working life trying to pay off
I
at a
wish that
job that they
like
didn't
I said,
even, they
I
went to school to do
I
something
was
different.
blessed. I graduated second in my class. I had scholarships, I had grants. I did have to do work study. I had to work in the big fucking kitchen at Brody Complex. If any of you would know it, MSU at all, it's a second largest non-military cafeteria in the world, or it was at the time. Maybe something bigger now, but it was fucking huge. And so I did work there part-time. That's, otherwise it was all pretty much paid for. But I was one of the scholarship kids. You could tell the scholarship kids from the ones that came in there with money and they could drive their own cars and stuff. Cars, what are those? Fuck, we're lucky to be here. We're lucky to get new jeans this year. But I looking back, I so wished I would have taken, because Michigan State's got the best horticulture school, bar none. And I did not take advantage of it at all. I mean, yeah, I did take some horticulture classes, but I did not. Psychology, what the fuck was I thinking? I was thinking I wasn't paying for it out of my pocket. That's what I was thinking. I was going to hand out welfare checks for a job and then just go home and it would be a cool, no problem. And even at one point, my mom goes, "Why didn't you go to school for being a teacher? Get a teacher certificate." Fuck no. I don't want to spend time with all those little shits. And then what was my retirement job? Spending time with them little shits. But I did influence some little shits and hopefully made some impressions as being the saltiest bus driver. The middle school kids, man, they were the worst. And I'd say at one point they when they couldn't take my shit anymore, they'd say, "How can you like that?" I said, "I'm running to be the meanest bus driver in the world, and right now I'm only in second. You guys need to go vote." And they're like, "Really?" Because they are just middle schoolers, so they're gullible as shit. And I'm like, "Yeah, go look. www. Meanest bus driver in the world. Miss Audrey." I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. They didn't tell me if they did.
I think that I've said this before. I still think the bus drivers are some of the most critical part of the educational system. I've thought about like teachers and being able to handle and keep their concentration, but to get them wild, I was one of them wild kids on a bus. How they actually keep their focus on the road and keep them kids, you know what I mean, drive.
And I was
Especially
one
in
of the,
northern Michigan.
I was not mean, but I was definitely, these are my rules. You follow my rules, will be hung die. You don't follow my rules, we're gonna have a little battle of wills, and trust me, I'm a salty old woman and I'm gonna win. I got cameras that will help me win. So let's go. And yeah, some kids hated me, some kids loved me because they were downtrodden and picked on, and you didn't do that on my bus. You got on my bus, you didn't fuck around with other kids. And I had a pair of twins on my bus that were not many black kids in our school system. It's pure black twins, and single mother house, and they were a little bit out of control, 7th graders, but they were in assigned seats because they're little fuckheads, kind of like what you probably were. And yeah, and I wouldn't let them get away with shit. And when I knew I was even going to be gone, I'd say, "You guys got assigned seats. You ever want to get out of those assigned seats, you better not just screw off and not sit in them when I'm gone, because I'll find out." Cameras. And I'm just gonna, your sentence, I'm gonna throw on 30 days, because that's what kind of a prisoner guard I am, or whatever it is, out of the prison, yeah. Out of the magic school bus is gonna give you a 30-day extended stay, you know? And one day, I don't know what got in these kids' head. There was actually more than just the twins, but the twins were the worst. They made a shiv, number one. And I don't know if any of you people know about the school systems these days, but things like shivs. Well, one of them had a shiv and was stabbing a girl with it, but it was winter time, and so he wasn't actually penetrating anything, but he was on the video actually hitting her coat, stabbing her. Well, his brother, they were both smaller kids anyway, but they're sixth graders that are smaller. So his brother had one of the sixth graders in a headlock and was bashing his head against the frame of the window. Yeah. The bus driver that subbed for me was an old bus driver, and I mean old, way older than old me. But she went and told him in the office that I had nothing but a bunch of shitty kids on my bus, and she had the shiv, gave it to him and said, "You need to look at the tape," and she was all up in arms. Well, I don't know what they dropped the ball on it. They said they watched the tape. I talked to the bus driver just in passing. I saw her when I came back. I said, "So how are the kids, you know?" Girl, "Oh, let me tell you how your kids were." I'm like, "What?" No, the minute I heard knife, or she didn't call it a shiv, I saw it, I go, "That's not a knife, that's a shiv. That's a made knife," but it's still, yeah. So I went and saw this shiv, and I go, "Well, what did the film look like?" And they go, "Oh, the cameras are kind of out of angle, and we really couldn't see anything." I said, "Well, then I'm done with my run, have it queued up because I'm gonna watch it." And they go, "Oh, no, we'll watch it again, see what we can see. We'll pay closer attention." Well, on the second look, they sure did pay closer attention. That's where they saw the shiving and the head banging, but by this time the kids knew they were in trouble, that the tape was in and all that, and they're like, "Oh, Miss Audrey, what's gonna happen to us?" And I go, "You know how I told you not to fuck around and find out? You're gonna find out, and there's nothing I can do." And that's exactly what happened. They never rode a bus again in my school district.
And I'm sure glad they didn't have the cameras when I was bus riding.
Oh man, shit, they got kids fucking in the back seat and all kinds of shit anymore. It's crazy.
Sounds
Crazy.
crazy.
Yeah. What did you do on your way home from school? "Oh, I got finger banged." Okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and it was weird because it was a run I used to have, and I knew the characters, and the bus driver that had her now, she goes, "Yeah, you know what I had on my tape today?" And I'm going, "No, what?" And she told me, and I was like, "Huh? Ooh." I said, "I told you that one's gonna end up pregnant before she's out of high school," and she was. I said, "The girls that finger bang in the back seat don't end up not having kids before they're out of school." But I was a cynical old lady, yet always correct. You know, it's like, Jesus Christ, get some control.
Yeah.
She was okay though. She gave me some hyacinth for my garden when she found out I was a gardener. She stole them from her grandma, I think. She had her grandma had them in the shed, and she hadn't put them in, and they were actually out of season. And she offered them to me because her grandma didn't know what she was doing. I said, "Yeah, I'll put in my garden." They still come up. First couple of years they were pretty ugly looking, but yeah, Nevaeh's, I call them Nevaeh's hyacinth. People that spell heaven backwards think they're so clever. I knew about 4 of them, Nevaeh's.
What are you gonna grow outdoors this year?
Ooh, I am going to, besides the strawberry blonde. Oh, go away. This is not for you, you little nug whore. I am going, I am going to grow. He might have thought I was doing the dog treats. It's the same crinkle. Humboldt blue, which is a variation of blue dream. In fact, instead of my memory, I'll just open up my box and see what these are supposed to be in water already. Perhaps tomorrow, because I got to start cutting my clones too. I have a clone of Cherry Paloma that is ready to have clones taken off, but I turned it into a mother. Everybody that got them from Rasufa, most of them are flowering out now. Mine is still about a foot to 18 inches tall with the babies now. I just intentionally dwarfed it just because I'm waiting for my outdoor season. I don't grow indoors. But anyway, I did that. And then I got a Storm Shadow from Terra Nation that originally came from, I believe, Thunder Dan, his line. And that also is going to be cloned out. And Tara's also got 3 or 4 other plants for me that she's growing now. But I keep trying to hook up with her to get them from her. And it's just not happening. So whether those make it to the garden or not, I couldn't tell you. Last year, I gotta say, I really like the Humboldt line. I did try to grow raspberry parfait, and it failed. I only had one, and it failed. So this year I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna run the rest of my Super Freak out. That was real successful, Super Freak. That would go as one of my favorites that I have grown so far. But I really hate to say anything is a favorite. I don't know that I've grown my favorite yet. But this is a pretty good plant. What I like about the Super Freak is everything that Humboldt said about it came true. It's pest resistant, never got one pest on it, nothing. It was also disease resistant, no powdery mildew, but I think that has to do with the way the leaves are on the Super Freak because they're kind of that feathery, ferny looking thing. And yeah, everything they said, it smelled good, it tasted good, it was just delicious. So I'm hoping that they didn't lie. Oh, and they also did the fortune cookies. I tried to kill this a couple years ago, and it came back, but I had to baby it. I burned it going up to a 3-gallon. And when you burn the roots on a plant with organics, they don't recover well. This is Humboldt Dream. That's the one I told you about that I wanted to run with the Blue Dream. And then I also got something called Humboldt Pound Cake. And supposedly, this one can, if you put it in the ground and you start it pretty early, you can get about 10 pounds off of each plant. That's what I said. I don't need that off a plant. I don't need to get up on a ladder to check my plants, but also disease resistant, pest resistant. If they didn't lie about the fortune cookies, are they lying about this? We'll find out. I might have said, it might be a 10, I think I'm wrong. I think it's a 10-foot plant, 6 pounds. In any case, it's still too fucking big for me. If I have to get on a ladder, remember I fell and broke my femur. I'm not getting on a ladder to check for aphids. That's not me. And generally I'm running a lot of plants too. And I like a real variety of plants. The Blue Dream Haze, I've got some of this year. I ran it the last season. I'm going to run it again. I did like that. I'm going to run this against the Humboldt Blue. Let me see. I've got a lot of stuff I'm running. I'm running all of your shit. You're going to my tester garden though. You and Smiley, Spartan Grown. I'm gonna grow you like rows of corn and peas and beans. Only it's gonna say whatever your variety is. And then
Nice.
I'm gonna direct seed them into the ground. And the last of my peat moss for my greenhouse that got taken away from me. I got a big pile, got maybe half a yard left of that. I'm just gonna roll it into the actual dirt because it's got black tarp underneath it. I'm gonna amend it and charge it and probably raise it too, because I don't want to have to deal with bowls. I do have bowls out here. But if I put bricks, because my dad tore down the Granger Hall down the road, and he has all the materials sitting out here because he's a hoarder or was a hoarder. And if you go onto my IG, I have one area of my grow that's in ground, and basically I've got 2 cement blocks deep so that there's no burrowing going into that bed. They have to go around the blocks because I think they only go like this deep underground, the little fuckers. So, yeah. And this year I'm putting, hopefully, I haven't got my actual contractor to do it. He's not a contractor, but he's a builder. I've been wanting to put a roof on my grow for the last 3 years, and this year I'm gonna fucking do it. But somebody else is gonna do it because I'm old and crippled. But shouldn't that be the way?
Yeah.
Let somebody else fall off the fucking ladder. Oh, here's another one I'm gonna run this year that did not run last year, which is my Purple Sunset by Ethos. It's reverse back cross time 2. I am really interested in this one. I did run Lilac OGs last year, back cross ones. These were a great plant, but it did get hit by powdery mildew. But oh my God, it smelled so good. And I do
Actually
wash my
smell like
plants out.
lilacs.
I don't know if it was truly lilacs, but it was within the lilac lavender family, whatever that terpene is. Lavaloo, or whatever it is.
Linaloo.
Linaloo, maybe that's it. Yeah, it definitely, whatever that was, it was in there. And it also had a lot of CBG in it, which is why I was originally attracted to it, because I do have some IBS issues, which is partially why I'm on intermittent fasting now. It helps with that. But you know what really helps with IBS is getting all of the sugar out of your life. And it's so fucking hard.
It's about the lilacs. It's like my nemesis as far as like allergies go, man. The lilacs smell so good, but you want to like see my eyes swell up and me sneeze uncontrollably? Yeah, give me around that lilac bush. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, it did have a good heady smell to it. And when I went to the Cowboy Cup this year, I took some with me, and of course, I mean, just looking at me coming up to your booth, you just see an old lady that maybe she grows geraniums. Does she know anything about cannabis? You know, I do kind of look hippie-ish, but I don't really appear to be a grower. And then I start talking, and then I mention I do grow too. And they just kind of condescending because I'm old, because everybody's condescending to old people, male or female, both of us. Mouth is dry too. And then I whipped out a bag of my lilac OG and let them smell it. And they're like, ooh, hey, come here, smell this. You know, she grew this. And I said, not, and we were in Oklahoma. I said, yeah, but not in Oklahoma. I'm from Michigan. It's a different world.
Fucking Oklahoma. Well, fucking older folks home are gonna change when we hit it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like I say, I'm trying to ease it into with my my swim people. I think that the way in with them is going to be with edibles and their pain management. I already ran into one woman, this old lady named Martha. She was so fucked up with her medication, it was so out of whack, she was dying. And she had to go to the Mayo Clinic or some shit, and they put her on a full fast because her shit was so whacked out. They had to get her, just like a flush for a plant, they had to flush her out. And she was telling people about it, and everybody's going, oh my God, weren't you dying? She goes, no, I felt fine. And then I said, I intermittent fast. And I told her, start talking. She goes, yeah, and they had me doing that too. I only ate for just a little bit. She goes, oh, my medication just balanced, right? I balanced out and got off a bunch of stuff. And yeah, so she got converted because she almost died, and they did something at your house. She's intermittent fasting and prayer. So there was my cue not to go into talking about cannabis. Okay.
You think there'll be grow bust when we're in when the old folks home? Do you think they'll be like, yep, we got him trying to grow in the closet again?
I hopefully by the time that we're in the old folks home, I hope we have a little terrarium area, or the, what is that in the middle where they have the greenhouse thing area. I hope they have one of those so we can go in and grow our, work on our own vegetables and then our cannabis plants, and a little community garden in the old folks home. That would be, thank you, Marcus. I appreciate that. That would actually be ideal, is if we could, if I don't actually plan on going in the old folk home. I plan on dying right here in this house or somewhere around this house. I would like to get a granny pod, whatever they call it, outside here, because I've got the room for it. And then my daughter and son-in-law and granddaughter could get the house now before I'm dead. And I told my daughter, when I die, just to cremate my ass and put me out in my dog cemetery in the urn. And there'll be a little bit of the phosphorus, or is it potassium? What's ash? Phosphorus, isn't it? I know it,
So,
it ups the pH.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, I'm gonna be it. I guess I will be Char. Oh my. That might be a little too gruesome for my kid. Biochar. You call her biochar, I call her mama.
I need to say cheers to all the people I haven't been able to sneak and say hello to.
Yeah, say hello to everybody out there.
I
There's a
can't.
lot of you guys still
Usually
hanging
I
out.
can sneak them in my cheers in and that be a little discreet, but like I can't. I'm literally like, it's got to be like, what are you doing?
I'm sorry, we already screwed the pooch on the weed nerd world, but I don't think you care about that. But I will make a deal for all of you guys that are hanging out, and this is, oh, maybe you can't. Never mind. Never mind. I'm not even mention it because you can't do it.
Well, the Weedner world, as far as that goes, you're always now you've done your
No, I
time.
meant after my thing, but I was gonna tell them I did mess it up so they couldn't have a weed nerd world tonight, but that you could still have time to do the shout outs, but not with your vision.
Yeah, no.
No shout outs.
I felt bad the last
Except for
few
y'all
nights.
there, anybody that's there, and thank you all for saying happy birthday. I always believe that we celebrate our birthday for at least a week.
Thank you. I'm glad I'm not the only one that's fucking had that mindset.
Yeah, this is my birthday week, so. And I told Stony and Kingfisher that earlier before I came in here too. This isn't just my birthday. This is our birthday. This is our birthday week.
That's awesome.
And I got some good dudes I'm celebrating with.
Sony's was what, yesterday?
Yep. So
So
it's Kingfishers.
Stony, I didn't tell him this. I should have. So Stony, and I can prove this wherever my phone is.
I can prove this. I got the receipt.
I got the receipt. No. I hit him up and I told him happy birthday. But what he doesn't know about that is he's my first entry into the digital world of birthdays. So I've been slacking terribly over the years about
adding people in.
Well, I've got like I've got all my scheduling books, right? And over the years, I've tried to pencil in everybody's birthdays so I could know who and everybody's birthdays. But I've
Those
been
notebooks
terrible.
are just they're iconic at this point. When you go to do the shout outs at the end, they're just like the papers coming like, holy shit, how does he keep those straight? And you're just going off like an auctioneer, and I'm going, yeah, you missed this call. Okay. Bravo.
So I've been trying to, but I've been terrible about like
updating
it each year to keep everything current. So I recently thought, man, I need to just like update them all and put them into Google and have them reoccurring every year.
Yeah, just
And
a regular
right
calendar
there,
reminding you.
look, as soon as it focuses, I'm gonna get in there a little closer.
No, but it's not working. It doesn't like the digital shit. Stony, I saw Stony. Yep. Stony Rockefeller.
B-Day. He was the first one in the calendar for it to be like a reoccurring thing. So now it's in there forever. It's supposed to reoccur forever. But that's the way I hope to have it. I need to go through all my books and put them all in there like that. So they're not getting lost in my laziness and not, you know what I mean? So
Sure.
I got it. Now I got to put yours in there.
Yeah, well, it's pretty easy. It's the next day. Yep, and you can get kingfishers in there too. His is the same as Stony's.
Yeah.
Yep. Yesterday was my mother's birthday too, rest her soul. That was our only kid that was born out of the four of us. I was the only one that came on the day they were supposed to. And she's going, no, I told him, doctor, she's gonna be born on the 2nd. That's my birthday. He says, no, by my calculations, it's the 3rd. And sure enough, ta-da. She never forgave me for it. It's like, what the fuck? Like I could do anything about it. It is what it is, Ma. But I was her second accident, and she did tell me so.
Accident, they're beautiful accidents if we're going to consider them accidents.
Yeah, well, my mom had a really tough life and she raised me really well, and I will always be thankful for that. But sometimes she did say some pretty harsh things, as far as life's realities went. She did not use kid gloves and telling me some things when I was being a little bitch. She'd just retaliate with true words. But that's the way she was raised. I mean, she was raised hard. I think she saw things that I never had to see, and I'm sorry she had to, and I'm glad I didn't.
And then what we hope for our kids is they don't go through our fucking trials and tribulations. Not to repeat that crazy shit.
What is that meme? We have when we're gonna have a baby and pass on a whole new level of fucked up shit to that one. It's just every time you have a kid, you don't think you're gonna do what your parents did to you, but you're gonna do your own special fucking shit. I thought my daughter was gonna be so advantaged having me for a mom, because that's kind of a white dragon mom, because I was a real only kid I had. I really tried to put her out there, but that wasn't her personality. And I grew up with competition, so I hit the ground running with competition. I put her in softball, and she was like, oh, I'd rather not. I don't care. And I'm like, what? That's so much fun.
Yeah, I was hoping my kids were going to take on some of my competitive, like in sports.
Yeah,
And
she
that
very
what-
much did not.
No.
Very much. But what you appreciate, she fishes now, which she never did before. Although I got pictures of fishing when she was a little kid, because her aunt had lived on a lake, and she's very much like not wanting to touch the fish she just caught. Doesn't even know how she caught the fish. But now because my son-in-law's got the neuropathy in his hands, he can't take a fish off the hook. She's got to do it. But she does draw the line at cleaning fish. They just catch and release. So then fuck that shit. I'm going, fish is pretty good eats. And they're like, if you have to clean them, you go, what you need to do is find a buddy that fishes with it, that likes to clean fish. Problem solved.
Good fresh caught fish is amazing.
Yeah, well, I'm not fond of fish, but I know some fishermen, and I know they know how to, they are the ones that cook their own fish too. They clean them, they bread them, they cook them. But do not tease a fisherman that, don't ever tease a fisherman that you have bones in your fish when you don't. Because I don't think that's funny.
No.
not a proud guy when and it was true, this dude did put he ordered his breading from South Carolina or some shit because it was a certain way, it was good. But when I told him I had, I go, oh, hey Mike, I found a bone. There's no bones in my fish. It's just like, you say my apples aren't what they ought to be. It's just like, oh wow. Chillax, man. I was joking. Bad joke.
Funny though. You don't know how much time I've spent looking for shit the last few days.
Oh, I do too. I'm the most unorganized person in the world. I know my background doesn't look like it, but all around me is chaos. I learned to live with it. I do have a bowl. Here it is. Say I got a bowl all cleaned out, waiting for more cannabis. I do have pounds and pounds of it, but I did go to Gems and Genetics, and I probably purchased an ounce worth, roundabout. But that's because that's the community I want to support. And I think that all of you out there, because some of you, you might be growers, but sometimes you don't grow what you need, and sometimes you want to try something different, which is what I'm doing. I want to try something different and support the people around me. When you run across somebody who knows how to grow, they will blow your butt out of the water for anything you'd ever get out of a dispensary. When my brother went to that event, he has never seen bags of cannabis just sitting, how they do those fucking side bags. He's never seen anything like that. And he showed up there and it just awed him because I'm numb to it. I just, I'm used to it now. He walked in and it's like, there's bags of cannabis. Did you see that? And I go, yeah, that's, forget about that shit.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You go over to Red and Becca, or you go to Fergrelli, and then there was somebody he actually was on, because he was following the thing on IG because he kept posting it, and there was one of the people on IG that he did want to go see, and I don't think it was ABC. It was somebody over in that area though. I wanted to see ABC. I actually wanted to purchase some, but that's when I went to a different dimension and it was bad. So
I think it's awesome that you support the community like that. That's super cool.
I got some hand cream from Ganja Ghost and a candle. And it was very nice to meet, if she's still there, Ganja Ghost. It was so nice meeting you when I was on here during the shit show. It wasn't the shit show. What my portion was when we left all the weird people on.
Oddly enough, it took that fucking episode like 3 days to get reported. Fucking before they even bumped up the age restriction on it. I'm like,
we had good intentions. It wasn't us that was waving our tallywhackers about from suspension. With somebody else's name on the picture, that was just rude. I gotta say, if you're gonna be loud and proud, be proud with your own fucking name, not mine.
True.
Or make up a good one of your own. I mean, geez, it's easy enough to do. But then again, as like I've told everybody else who has ever listened to me talk about trolls, I just don't want to get it.
I never have yet either.
What kind of entertainment is that for them? But a 2-second titillation of whatever. I don't know. I don't even know what it is.
Shout out to all those shows that throw their link out there live and take that chance every week.
I guess the secret is do not let people on that you do not recognize their name.
True, but that's
part of the roulette wheel spin. How are you gonna get a big prize if you don't spin the wheel?
I mean, that's the thing though. I mean, just there's so many people that don't, that watch but don't participate in chat or
Yeah.
whatever.
Well, somebody did get
So-
on after all of the perverts. Who was that? I can't even remember now because the perverts kind of boggled my mind.
Oh, I can't even remember the time you're asking me about the lineup
Yeah, but-
after
Yeah, what
smoking weed
happened? Where were
continuously
you
for-
on the night of? I don't know, probably the gym. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of weed smoked that day.
Oh yeah.
I fucking tend to like even like after like them events and like even the indoor events, man, with like you just inhale like so much cannabis. I'm literally go on an eating bench for like 2 days after like something like that. I just throw down.
I don't, I generally just stay the dried husk that I am. But yeah, I used to do that. But now my system just can't take it anymore. And we were talking about other events that I was gonna do. This is one I want to mention with the Caribou Heart people. Which it originated with them. It's called the Roof Crew Meetup, and we do that. Last year we did it in September, and I bitched because it was too close to harvest, and having been ripped off, I didn't want to leave my harvest, or my plants that close to harvest. But I just cambered up and I came and I was fine, but this year, because I did have that complaint and they agreed that that probably wasn't the best time, but it was impromptu, so that's when they did it, was in September. We're doing it in August this year, when the plants are stable and just growing. And I can't tell you the date exactly, but that is a really cool setup down there. There's like 5 cabins or 6 cabins, and they're like multi-bed cabins. They're full cabins. And we had, I don't know, 30 people there last year. The Raider showed up with his pizza grill. Prophet had a girlfriend that almost died from getting stuck in the neck with a stick by an ant. You know what an ant is?
Oh, I
She
don't.
did take a twig to the neck that was real close to the jugular, and they wanted to cut it out. And we were like, what the motherfucker? We're all on mushrooms, man. It was crazy. Yeah, crazy games on mushrooms. Ask Dan about it sometime. He was the highest of all. High Tight said, don't even offer him any cannabis. And I thought, that's really rude. It's because we were sitting there in a circle smoking after we just got there. Because I rode in with Bees and his girlfriend Michelle. And the High Tight says, don't even offer Dan any cannabis. And I thought, man, you're bold. Just because he was next to me, I went, hey, Dan, you want some cannabis? And I looked and he's kind of white faced and just kind of sitting there. I went, oh, okay. Maybe you don't want any. And then Prophet shows up with the widows, two of 3 widows. The one he's not divorcing right now. The other 2. And the one took a stick to the neck and she screamed all weekend. And I just kept dosing her with the RSO to shut her up.
Screamed or whistled.
Well, the fucking river that we were on, a river right outside the door, I just kept saying, anybody want to know where she is? She'd be down river by now. Because I was about ready to throw her ass in. But what I did do is I just dosed her with RSO a couple, 2-3 times. And then I said, you like that? And she's like, yeah, yeah. And I said, you keep wanting to get it and you don't stop on my weekend up. Okay. I didn't maybe say it quite like that, but those words kind of did come out. I said, ain't gonna be no more screaming. There's not gonna be more antics. You feel those coming on, come see me. I'll give you another dose, go take a nap. But I'm not gonna have my weekend fucked up anymore. Do you understand? And she went, yeah. And it wasn't. That's where the bus driver and me paid off. Life coach, don't fuck up my weekend. It was
That's
crazy
awesome.
weekend, but the whole point of me telling you that story is when you're talking about wanting to do a get together. You never can get your West Coast people to come over here or these people to go to the West Coast. You're gonna have to have 2 different get-togethers. And that's a really good place. I couldn't tell you the name of the place, but it's at the bottom of Illinois, the nutsack of Michigan. Illinois and Indiana are both nutsacks in my mind of Michigan.
It's kind of funny.
Think about it. Look at them. Don't they look
I
like a
can
couple
see
of
it.
man? Yeah, older man.
As soon as you said it, it's one of those things
Now
you'll
you'll
never
never,
unsee.
now you can't unsee it. Anyway, it's right at the bottom on the Ohio River, and Kentucky's across on the other side of the bank, on the other bank, but it's such a big fucking river. It's more like the Mississippi, what you think about the Mississippi. They got barges going up and down all day, huge dead sturgeon looking fish on the banks. It's like, motherfuck, man. This ain't no take a little tube down the river kind of place, is it? No, this is Tom Sawyer got killed with the paddle wheel or whatever.
If when that happens, I hope to make that like somebody in chat, and forgive me, who I think it may have been 420 suggested that it be like a revolving event. Like, so first every year it's in a
Oh, kind of like
location.
the Grateful Dead has a traveling show. It'd just be a traveling party.
Yeah.
Well, you got a lot of it's different if you just had like the Michigan Grow Show. I mean, they do have people outside Michigan too, but primarily it's a Michigan show, and it's pretty Michigan centric. But you got all of the West Coasters, and you got quite a big contingency of West Coasters. You really do.
Oh yeah.
And you got a lot of East Coasters too. I mean, New England East. So
Yeah, I'm really that's like I'm really proud of the diversity of people that participate in this. You know what I mean?
yeah,
When I
there's
tell new people about it, I'm like, that shit's like, no, seriously, we're everywhere.
yeah. Hey, yeah, look at if you look at my IG, had your Weed Nerd World cap on
Nice.
at was it the Cowboy Cup? Yes, 'cause it's fucking freezing. At the Cowboy Cup, and Sunny and Backtopia took a picture of me and Rasufa dabbing, and she made us big heads. And you could see that cat bigger than shit, Weed Nerd World.
I
It was
seen that.
cute. Yeah, it was one of those ones that just we did the big heads perfectly. It blew up perfectly. She goes, "Oh, we had a layover going back to Oregon, so I was playing with some apps." It's like, okay. Mine came out pretty good.
At one
Marshall
point,
Artist says he wants to party with me. Are you sure, Marshall? I can go pretty long time partying. Usually I'm the last one to go to bed and not the first one up, but first dozen up. I'm usually up pretty early because I'm old and I'm going to die soon, so I don't need as much sleep. My body just normally knows that I'm going to die soon, so don't waste it sleeping. But I do like to party, so maybe try to keep up.
you nerds can party, man. That's why I love the camping events, man.
Yeah, because you don't have to go anywhere.
Mm-mm.
I have made myself rules for when I do mushrooms in a pretty good dose, and one of them is I don't get in a car. Do not drive a car until you are normal. And what did I do just last Saturday? Drove a car, but I was not normal yet. But I knew where I was, and I knew what the speed limit was, and it was the fucking bumpiest road in the world, and I could go 25 miles an hour without killing people. I knew I could.
Yeah, my rules on that have changed over the years, but I definitely do not like to drive on that psychedelics anymore. But back in the day, I
Oh,
definitely have
oh
taken
yeah.
some acid and hit the road.
Just last year, I drove down. If any of you guys know anything about West Michigan, Muskegon area, I drove down Maple Island Road, which is this big fucking hilly road. I mean, it's like a roller coaster road. And I used to have my first legal car was, or my first car that I bought by myself was a Camaro Berlinetta. And we were tripping balls at my brother's place. He had a house right across from Muskegon River on Maple Island Road. And my husband was he had done coke the night before, so he doesn't feel like doing any mushrooms, but I was tripping balls. He was ready to go, and I wasn't, of course, because I was tripping balls. And he goes, and I was acting like a goof. He says, "Like, you gonna be okay to drive?" And I said, "Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll be fine." I thought. And literally, my brother was on River Drive, and I might have had to have driven 200 feet. And I got to the stop sign, and there's Maple Island. There's a little grocery store that got washed out with a flood. And my husband said, "Pull over there." I go, "Why?" He goes, "Pull over there." And I said, pulled over. He goes, "Get over here. I'm driving." And I went, "Oh." I went 200 feet. How bad could it be? So we were going down, and it is like a roller coaster. I swear to God, anybody, we were going down this road, and it was like a roller coaster. So what do you do on a roller coaster? I was having fun. And he looked at me and goes, "What?" Because he'd never done mushrooms. He goes, "What the fuck does that stuff do to you?" I go, "It's just like acid, only natural."
Clean.
He was, so what do you mean? You've done acid before, right? He goes, "I've never done what you're doing." Maybe you should stop doing coke, because it sure is fucking up in your humor. That's all I knew about that. And coke is not really a great drug for anybody to do. I mean, it's fun for just a minute, but if you got a problem with it, it's really not. Oof. Another drug that's a terrible drug to do. Cannabis is the only thing we should be encouraging for anybody to do. Some people like the DMTs and stuff too, but I don't know. I don't know about that. That's one I've never done.
I think that's part of the process of unlocking our next level of experience.
I've thought about ayahuasca too. Part of the problem with DMT is because my serotonin is, I won't say it's low, but I just don't want to fuck with because I was on serotonin reuptakes once trying to lose weight way back when it was causing heart problems. And all I had to do is actually learn how to eat correctly. Neither here nor there. But at that point, when you do those reuptake drugs, it fucks with your serotonin levels. And from what I understand, so does the DMT. So I would really hate to crash out my serotonin and do damage to that. That would be my biggest concern, I guess, going to, as far as me having reservations about DMT. Is what am I doing to my serotonin? Because I don't think I'm really sitting that good with it to begin with.
It's good to have in mind before you try it, I guess, 100%.
Yeah, I wonder what I do with it with mushrooms. It's got to have some kind of an interaction too, but I do like the mushrooms. I gotta say that.
Well, that's the thing. I think that psychedelics in general unlock our brain to access, what's kind of what else is out there. They being able to kind of connect with the ether.
Yeah, well, I am, like I
Have
say, I
that
am
like
all about
third eye
the earth, so
experience.
that is my God, as it were. Do the life force.
The life force is something, it's ever changing to me. What actually is pinning it down is I'm not quite sure, these days. Mycology's really kind of opened up my mind to a lot.
There's a lot of possibilities in the world that, because of the way we're raised, we don't think about it. We don't consider it could be even, it just seems antithema to how we were raised. And we were all almost, I won't say all of us, but I'd have to say 90% of the people at least were raised in a Christian, Judeo kind of situation where, Jesus and Easter and Christmas and the whole 9 yards, and thinking outside of that construct is hard for a lot of people. Just is. That's why I'm a fucking heathen, you guys. Sorry. Because I can't buy into it myself. I know a lot of people find comfort, and I'm glad they do, but I can't. It just, to me, that's not the answer. What's that mean? There's 5,753 religious and 552 must be wrong. Some say 553. I don't know. It's just how did we get the correct one?
Right.
Could you do some shout outs while I visit the ladies' room?
Yeah, no problem. What's up, John? Cannabis Pursuit. Cheers. How you guys doing? Neurosis and psychosis. I just did an interview with somebody the other day. I could have swore was looking for that deep purple. C5420. How you doing? 420. Cheers. How you guys doing? Hopefully you guys are enjoying this awesome Wednesday evening / Thursday morning. Martial Artist 2012. How you doing, Drewzilla? Let's be buds. Cheers, Uncle Rick. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. Ned Denver. Cheers to you. So many Southern BT. How you doing, Ganja Ghost? We spoke of you tonight. Hopefully you are doing well as well. Hillbilly Herb, cheers to you. What are you guys smoking on? Flower trip in the morning to you. I love the fact that you guys helped make this a weed nerd world. Cheers. Who else we got here in chat? I believe I seen Benny Ben up in a minute a while ago. Cheers to you, Dave Goblin. Cheers to you. Hell yeah. Brent Anderson, big ups to you. Nico D loves that bacon. Cheers.
Well, I
Shout
hope
out.
these guys are going to be ready for me to join the panel every now and again.
I hope so.
Well, I am kind of a wilting flower, as it were. I might be too shy. I might be too shy.
No, how could you be
Yeah.
shy after your introduction to the
Yeah.
weed nerd world?
I thought that was quite the splash. That's something that I don't think many will forget that saw it.
No.
Yeah, only me swinging dicks. And in joking, I have referred to this group of people that I've sometimes I've come in and there's been nothing but guys all the way through. Oh, look, it's the circle jerk. Oh, it's the swinging dicks.
Cannabis has always been kind of like that a little bit, where
Very much so.
kind of sad, really.
In fact, GB, I think, said it best to me today is there's a lot of guys like him, his age, his lifestyle. He says, I'm a dime a dozen. He goes, you're singular, you're the only one like you out there. He says, I'm pretty easy to replace. I'm a dime a dozen, but there ain't too many like you out there. And I do have to agree, there's not too many people like me out here, and that might be for the best. I don't know.
I can tell you, this actually happened not so long ago, and I can only do this in my best cast voice. She's got that real southern accent, but she was like, "You, have you any girls up on that panel?" I'm like, occasionally, whenever.
Now and again.
She's like, Eagle, the weed nerd world cannot be a sausage fest.
That's right.
You have to get some
Yeah, that's
ladies
kind of what it
up
looks
on
like
that panel.
sometimes.
I'm like, I tried, Cass. I tried. She's like, seriously, it can't be a sausage fest, Eagle.
Yeah, after a while, you want something different. You want the occasional taco. I'm just saying.
crack me up though.
Yeah,
You just
it can be,
be.
and if you don't hit, I worked in a shop for many years. My toolbox, this is what I dealt with. My toolbox would get dirty, and they did not say this in meanness, but one day I came into work, I had the day off, and somebody had taken their finger in my, because it's like a greasy dirt, and they wrote the gash across there. So I was the only woman that worked in the whole fucking department. And I had another guy that called me heifer, and he didn't mean it in a mean way. He just called, that's what he called the women there. And then I had my daughter, and I went back to work, and he started calling me by my first name. And I got mad. I said, "Hey, Crash." They called him Crash because he kept breaking his legs. He crashed his motorcycle and break something, so he was never working. And I came back to work, and I said, "Hey, Crash, how come you don't call me heifer anymore?" He goes, "Well, heifers don't have babies." And I thought about it. I went, "Yeah, a heifer is a cow that hasn't had a baby yet. The more you know."
Mm.
So he stopped calling me heifer. So I've got a pretty thick skin when it comes to guys and their behaviors and shit they say generally amongst themselves when they're by themselves. It doesn't, we are who we are. Boys will be boys, and sometimes the boys will be adolescent boys. What are you gonna do?
Women can be just as bad as
Yeah, I was
men.
gonna
A
say
group
that
of
too.
women can
Yeah.
be just as more vulgar. You wouldn't expect that out of a group of ladies, but a group of
Yeah.
ladies, when they don't think men are listening or whatever, they could be just as
Yeah,
bad.
we put up with some pretty vulgar things and shit just in reproduction. So, but on a day to day, we try not to be vulgar because we do it in such a big spectacular way. But yeah, it's pretty funny. We used to, when I did work in a shop years back, I had one guy, he was a little smart ass too. Like I said, born with a smart ass for life. And there was this father-daughter that worked there, and they did not have good hygiene. Either one of them. They would go weeks without showering or bathing, and you could tell. And me and this other guy used to try to get into gross outs and say gross things to each other to try to make each other wretch. And he'd say, the guy's name was Bill, and he'd say, "Yeah, I hear you and Bill are going out now and they have a relationship going." I said, "Yeah, well, I heard you and Brandy, his daughter, are going out and have a relationship." He goes, "Yeah, how's it taste when you give him a blowjob?" I go, "Oh, as you'd expect, it's pretty dirty down there." I said, "How about with Brandy when you're down there snacking?" I said, "Is it pretty mealy?" And just the word mealy made him I won. And that's the kind of person you're dealing with Miss Blue Kiss here. You just got to know what the trigger words are when you're in a gross out. With women, a lot of them, it's moist. I don't have a problem with moist. Moist is what I want my pots to be. Evenly moist. Am I wrong?
No, not at all. I agree
And it's
with
a lot
that.
easier to achieve because I'm a butt chugger, and I'm adding more butt chugging situations to my garden this year. It does work a treat. Plus, I'm kind of downsizing. I'm putting more 25s in and getting rid of some hundreds, because hundreds. Last year I had all of Dankovich's. He gave me a bunch of seeds from his grow project, and I had the Blue Dream by Box Auto and the Cherry Wine. I had 9 plants total in a 100-gallon, and I lost 4 of them to being male. And those other 5 still grew out to be pretty sizable plants. Although sadly, Box Auto, the aphids really love the fuck out of that one.
Dankovich is another one of those all right, really all right dudes. I've met him firsthand. He's an all right dude.
He is an all right dude. He really is. We have a lot of all right dudes out there.
Okay. I get just like you. I say, man, I got cannabis to think about it, man. I've been in a lot of places, different situations, and I have never met the good people, as good of people as I've had met in cannabis. And for me, it's almost been like a trust factor. You know, how many times you like meet somebody, be like, man, and you smoke a joint, you're like, they ain't so
Yeah,
bad.
they're all right. Hey, they like my pot.
Or to even take up a notch. I kind of had that um scenario play out recently through a client, somebody I've taken on some work from. And so obviously a cool ass dude, him and his wife, awesome people. And then kind of find out that they invested somewhat in cannabis. That didn't surprise me alone. And then the
They didn't
fact
seem
that
the
they
type, huh?
not even in a million years.
You'd be
And
surprised some closeted people if who they were. I think most of them are out in Michigan now, but I don't know. Even like my brother, he was really when it went legal, and I'm like, hey, it's legal. He said, we're gonna end up on a list. I go, fuck, I'm sure we will. I think there'll be a big fucking list.
that's a cool moment right there when you think, I thought you were all right before, but
Now I know. Now I know. You guys are good people.
yeah, yeah.
Care about the planet.
Cannabis is definitely a good binder for sure.
I would like to see hemp a little more developed too. I'd like to see it make a full comeback and throw cotton into the back seat.
Well, we are wasting that as like just a resource for plastic
we are.
industry, clothes, all that good shit.
Yeah.
But I really believe and it all revolves. It's stupid, but it all revolves back to that fucking petrodollar. You know what I
Yep.
mean? As
Oh, I
long
do know
as
what you
they
mean.
can make money
They're
off
gonna
of
stranglehold us until the bitter end, and we both know that, right?
people don't realize how deep the oil industry, how deep it goes with
The
oil.
lobby is such that you would not even believe it. You wouldn't believe how many politicians they own. You just would not believe it. Both
Well,
sides. Both sides. It's not just left. It's not just right. It's both sides. And we're, money talks, and we're just suckers that walk. But knowing that the only thing I try to control is the things I can control, which is like legislation and our actual cannabis laws in Michigan. I will come out for any rally they have. I will petition our Congress people. I will do what I have to do to keep our medical grow, just because we need it. We lose that, we're going to lose something really important. Eventually, it's going to catch on into the rest of the world that cannabis really can cure cancer. And when I did go on canvas, that was one thing I brought up, because I was with Spartan when we were canvassing last time. And I said, he's got white papers of people that were put into full remission using cannabis. I said, do you have an aunt who's got cancer, or a mom, or a sister, or an uncle that could benefit from that? Or are you going to sit there and just outright outlaw it, or make it impossible for him to find that medicine because somebody might make a profit on it doing a house full of shit and selling it? Figure out how to stop that with the laws you got. Don't fuck with us. But now with all the shit coming down, I think we might be setting pretty good for just a minute, because of all of the corruption. Thank God for all the corruption. Oh, God.
It's already reached cannabis. That's
The payolas and shit, and the lawsuits and stuff, and the stuff that's coming out about the legislation in the lobbies in Lansing right now. It's like, what the actual fuck, man?
Well, you can see that my bet is, I see cannabis 100% as a medicine. And it's very much being erased. It
I wouldn't lie. I'd be lying if I said I didn't use cannabis recreationally. I do, but I
I think
also use it
everybody.
medically. It doesn't need to be a one or the other. It can be both.
I agree with that sentiment wholeheartedly, but I don't want the message of it as a medicine to be erased.
Not at
And I
all.
think that's what's going
Because I
on.
don't even think they understand the full scope of what cannabis can do. I know they don't. Israel is way ahead of us in research, and they even admit they've still got a ways to go to understand that plant. It's a pretty complex plant.
It is, but and it's comes back to the same shit we were talking about, well, like the petro shit. It
Yeah.
comes back to that lobby money. The same people that won't let that petrodollar, die are
Yeah.
the same people that are invested in the pharmaceutical market because that's another one of the
Oh yeah,
spin-offs
that's just as big as the
of
petro.
petro shit.
Yeah,
What
yeah, that's another big one. And then the food with their 3 or 4 own everything,
So
whatever the fuck that
they
is.
seen that they actually, as when cannabis was first being pushed to the forefront as medical and not recreational, the numbers, all the good shit was adding up very quickly. And they're like, oh, this cat's out of the bag. We're not going to be able
Yeah.
to stop this. How do we stop this? We can't fucking stop it. We're losing money on our medical shit, where our pills, our fucking shit we're pushing, and fucking we're losing money all the way across the board. How do we stop this? Ooh, we just bury the thought of it being
Yeah.
cannabis medicine, and
Yeah,
we're now
we'll
recreational.
just keep them
Anybody can
high
do it.
so they don't realize.
So we'll invest our losses, our money into legal cannabis, and we'll just push that. And then
And
once
then
it's
we'll bottom
legal,
that
nobody
market
will
out
talk
too.
about the medical side of it anymore. You know what
Yeah,
I
bottom
mean? It
that
doesn't
market
have
out too
that
and ruin
push,
the
push,
fuck out of a bunch
push.
of lives there.
Michigan's the worst example of that. I mean, because look at the way it is right now, and I believe in the caregiver system wholeheartedly. But we're up against stacked odds with the
Oh,
plant
no doubt.
limitations and weight limitations. But what you can grow recreationally with your 12 plants, and fucking, you can grow pounds,
Yeah,
and that's okay. That's
yeah.
acceptable. But you call it medicine now, god damn it, you better burn
Yeah,
some
ounce of
shit.
2 ounces.
Fucking
Two
yeah.
ounces in your
That's insane. That is
yeah. And do you
insane.
understand what 2 ounces can do when you put it through? Yeah, if you want to process it, fuck, no kinds of processing. They do not want you to change the being
Molecular
people that
structure.
you are. You got no business turning it into a tincture or edible or anything else that can, because you might blow your ass up. Who knows? Or poison somebody. You don't know what you're doing. We do though. Okay. You say so.
So, and that's why I hate the whole argument that it is either or. It can be both,
It is
but
both, but I do agree that recreational is being used as a tool to hurt the medical.
even recreational, aren't what are you doing when you have a beer with somebody? You're fucking having
You're a
you
recreational drink.
something to relax the moment between you two so you can sociably have a good time or feel at ease. And that's the right
And
in itself a kind
if
of
you
medicine,
wanted to
isn't it?
make your own craft beer, they wouldn't hold it against you one little bit.
No. So I mean, yeah, I think cannabis, even in that situation, a recreational setting, is somewhat type of a medicine, if you will, or something, device to bonding agent again. You know what I mean? To let you get comfortable with the person next to you. So
Well, I know you can't I know you can't OD on it because I tried once. I tried one New Year's Eve. Me and this guy just smoked and smoked and smoked and smoked. And you know how when you hit that threshold, all you're doing is smoking, you're not going anywhere. Yeah, we realized after our lungs started just burning that we weren't getting anywhere and just give it
There's
up.
no way. You've been to one of these, any of these indoor events like the hash bash or whatever, man. These indoor events where you can just cut that smoke 12 hours, 12 hours of like inhaling.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
just
still
smoke, just
okay.
first
It's
hand,
irritation. It's not
second
even high
hand.
anymore.
If there's a way cannabis could put you out, it'd be at one of these indoor events where
Yep.
every breath taken is cannabis.
Hey, I will say this, and I heard Ganja Ghost saying she didn't like the air quality and this and whatever at the
Gems.
event. Compared to Hash Bash, that baby was fresh air all day long. I didn't really have a problem. The only thing I had a problem with was after I was tripping balls, as the music was controlling me and it was throbbing and I couldn't do nothing. So I made Becca walk me out to my car where it was quiet. And for Grelly had given me a dozen eggs, and I was the most thing I didn't care about my Dr. Dabber. I'll carry that out. It's got that magnetic top. It's not going to fall, but don't break my eggs. I just got a dozen fresh eggs from for Growly. And she did good. She got them out to my car, and they're now in my refrigerator.
You know, fresh eggs don't necessarily, yeah, you've been on a farm in your life,
Mhm.
don't necessarily have to be refrigerated. They don't have to be
No, I don't think his probably
refrigerated
even
till the
are because he had them
homogenization
sitting, I think.
process, right?
But I got that big ass refrigerator, and I'm a single woman, so it was no problem.
Mm.
And I didn't ask him if he'd had them refrigerated, because once you do refrigerate them, you're done.
I didn't know that personally up until like a year ago. I was like,
Yeah.
really? And the way you can tell, what is it, if they don't float or if they sink. If they sink, they're no good. One or the other. In water, you can tell bad egg.
Yeah, one is, I think it's sink is good and float is bad.
Yeah, you're probably right there. Probably didn't have it backwards. Good
I'm just
country
reading and
living.
reading chat. Sometimes they look like they're writing a different language than I speak, but that's okay. Sometimes the words I put up there are just like, I don't know what that was. I will say this, I don't know how anybody puts any messages up using their phone, because I've got to have a keyboard. It's just
One of them
oh,
things that
and that
spoil
whole
you.
conversation's gone on to two different subjects by the time I get what I want to say out. Yes.
I used to be able to hammer away on my phone, like bang, bang, bang. Then I
One of
started
them,
doing it
one of
more
them
on the
thumb kings
computer.
that can go all over the place, like you're
Then
having,
once
like you're
I
having a thumb
found
war.
the computer would let me at boom, and I didn't have to type the whole name. Oh, I couldn't go
Oh
back to the
man, you got
phone.
lazy fast, didn't you?
Oh, fuck yeah, I did. I was like,
That is but
oh,
a
this is
fucking
very
dream at
nice.
Lucas Gardens. How you doing?
Yes. Can't do that on your phone, man.
Oh,
They should let you do that on your phone. Why don't they let you do that? It saves so much thumb
life is
time.
so unfair. I think what they're gonna do is eventually charge your ass to have that for your phone. Hey, you really like that? We need a small fee and we'll put that on your phone. You'd be
You're probably
pissed for a
right.
month or so, maybe eventually do it though. Now, I don't know why they do that. I think it must just be the functionality of that at sign. I don't know. It's a very I'm a boomer. Don't ask me. I can be your life coach. I can't be your technology coach.
So speaking of technology, we kind of were talking about like psychedelics and driving. Oh, that's the point. I'm kind of with you there. I don't, if I don't want to drive and indulge anymore. But what about like say in one of these newer like self-driving cars?
Yeah,
Could
my car
you, would
just
you feel
does drive
comfortable if
itself.
you were like moving still? Like,
Well, and that's kind of what saved my ass coming out of the heights. I only had a couple turns, but my car, when the GPS is on, if I'm too close to the car in front of me, it slows it down. If whatever the car in front of me is going, that's what my car will go to. I don't have to worry about not paying attention and hitting the car. If I go left or right, my car goes, and it's like, okay, you fucking bitch. I was just thinking here. If I get sleepy and I nod off, my car will start screaming at me too because it detects that I'm not there anymore. Crazy, but hey, it came in handy Saturday. It did give me a little bit more reassurance trying to drive my ass home.
Yeah.
Yep, put it on cruise control and I don't even have to push that pedal to stay in the lines.
I can't get myself to fucking, I don't drive cars that are that advanced too much.
I
But
just
man,
got this car. It's a 2020. It's the nearest to new that I've ever owned. So it just happened that I got lucky and I didn't even know I had all that shit on it at first. I went to set the cruise control and I couldn't do it. And I'm like, what the fuck is all of this? And then I started reading my manual and oh, look what I got.
I refuse to use like the backup cameras and shit like that. I still
Yeah, this little car, it's a Mazda 3. It's got a backup camera. I do sit pretty low in it though, so I do understand because I can't see over that back. But yeah, it is kind of weird. I mean, if I had a big fucking SUV, Explorer or something, no, got a Mazda 3. It's about that big. Good
That's gonna
gas
be
mileage though. My
be a different-
Trailblazer gets like it blinks and it needs gas. This one I can go quite a ways.
That makes it nice for events, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yep, because I bought it right before the hash bash, like the day before. Literally. Just because I didn't want to drive my Trailblazer. And then I thought it was going to be a problem because I wanted to stop at Grow Green and pick up some Hydroton. And I knew it had room for it, but as it was, Grow Green was out of Hydroton at that time. Damn. I got it now though. I made a separate trip. I'll be right back. Oh shit, I almost stepped on you. I'm really sorry about that. She didn't even wake up though.
Cheers, Green 13. Nice to see you in chat. Ryan Krokowski. If I said that right. John, how you guys doing? I need to break me up a little hash or something for the 20. Thank you guys for hanging out this evening. Remember, tomorrow is an early Weed Nerd World, 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I guess what is that? 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. For those of you around the world, say Green 13, meow flower, all you guys. You'll have to adjust those times to your appropriate area. Excuse me for being a little naive like that, but do remember and come hang out.
You naive?
Yeah, it's me.
I think of adjectives. Naive is not really one of them.
No. Well, it's true though, man. I have been so I think we're all guilty of living in our own little bubbles. You know what I mean? So you get taught your little time span or whatever, and you think like everybody else is on the same time like that. And it's been a learning curve over the years of like scheduling people from different time zones and different days. I've even had that kind of conundrum. What are we talking about? My Thursday, your Thursday?
Yeah. Here we got a timeline. The international timeline hits in there. What are we gonna do?
That's a mind fucker right there. And shit. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah, Australia is early the next day usually.
Yeah. So
And I imagine New Zealand. I don't know how many New Zealanders you have.
it's hard for me to keep up when there's so like we were talking about, there's so many different places. Like it's hard for me to kind of keep track of who's where at what time it is, and honored that it happened. So yeah, I'm sorry for the awkward sunglasses episode, by the way.
I think they're all right.
Not used to it. It's like to me, if it would feel a little bit, impersonal.
Pre-
Like,
You don't look pretentious at all. You don't. You look like you just need to wear glasses. If you're just so bright, you gotta wear shades. So fuck them. You know.
I seen in chat they were making fun of. They're like, man, I can see the midget porn in his glasses.
Yeah, that is the only bad part is that fucking reflection.
They're like, dude, what was it? Enhance. The fucking
Open it.
What's in the
Holy shit, look
glasses?
at that. Freeze it at 1 minute, 54 seconds.
I seen, yeah.
Can't see that in mine because I got my weirdo eyes going big at you and so, oh shit. Yeah, these aren't reflective of any kind, I don't think. I could put on my Polaroids, but that doesn't really. Polaroid I found out because I got a pair of Polaroids just for regular driving, because of course Polaroids are good for your eyes. But it really hates the digital stuff, which I didn't realize. And had my Polaroids on when I first got them, and I went to read my phone, and I thought my phone was fucked up. I thought the brightness on my phone was fucked up. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Took me a minute to figure out, yes, Boomer, it's your Polaroids. That does not do digital at all. It was not good at the time Polaroid was made. I don't think there was much digital at all. So it was just like the 60s or 70s. One of the earliest inventions, I guess you'd call it, innovations, early innovation that for polarization. See them trouts in the water.
You pay big money, man, for that shit. Polarized sunglasses and shit. That's always an extra 20-30 bucks, isn't it? Used to be.
They're expensive. They used to be really expensive. I don't know. It's hard for me to tell because now I'm old and everything's relative, you know. You know how I judge the price of things? Well, if I'm really willing to spend $40 on this little pot, those one grab of dabs, you know, what am I complaining about this? You know, that kind of shit. It also works in reverse when I buy like a clematis or something that's expensive. Well, you buy that, you just buy your $40 dab there. Okay. And I don't do my own. I mean, I do have a process and I do my own screening, but I'm a lazy bitch, so I have somebody else, a professional, usually Dinkman Dan or Grole. Also Chris from Country Roots, he's got can't think of the name. He's got a second name for his concentrates, and I get them from him. I got some Beckett OG, and I really like that. And I got some Double D, which is or Double Burger, which is I believe Donnie Burger by Donnie Burger, and that's pretty good. Last year I had some just regular Donnie Burger. That was pretty good. But yeah, and this all just local people, and I don't have to go to some. I don't know if this name is from somebody who was in the anti-medical people, or if it was. Where's my list? I gotta have my list to know if these people are still on the ban and shun list. That's the part that gets me is there's companies I shouldn't be dealing with and I don't know who they are sometimes.
Yeah.
That's why I like to just deal with people I know. They aren't those people. Definitely not a company I don't know.
There's a lot of the company, any of them anymore. You can't tell if you can fucking really even trust.
No integrity farms out there.
It's for you, Blue Kiss Gardens. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Doesn't feel any different today than yesterday.
I am honored that I got to spend the last part of it with you.
But thank you. I hope I wasn't a disappointment to my fans. I just did want to explain something to you. You are an internet imaginary. And that's kind of like being a star, but it's a YouTube star. And I was on the shit show on Caribou and I was talking to G-Bay and he got mad because he lives in Canada. Them Canadians, they can't get down to our get together. So it's about the get togethers because I'm just a little fucking social butterfly and I get to meet everybody. And he was jealous. He goes, it's not fair. And then he says, fuck it. You're just an internet imaginary anyway. I haven't met you, so you're not real. And I was like, oh, internet imaginary, am I? Never gonna let you live that one down. And I haven't. But you're not an internet imaginary to me because I've met you. We are fellow internet imaginaries. We're the happy people on the screen, but we're not really stars. We're just internet imaginaries. But we are your real friends. Don't ever forget that.
That's right. I love the events just because of getting the chance to get to meet people like yourself, man. That's fucking
Yeah,
awesome.
like I say, every
days.
event I pick up a new friend. And a long-lasting friend, which surprises me, because you know how sometimes you meet people and it just kind of goes along the wayside. No, people that I didn't know before at all. No, I have the Discord with them. Gonna meet them at the next DGC meetup kind of thing.
I
Life's
actually
good.
think that these event holders are underestimating the power of the cannabis people and why we show up to the events. I think they're under the impression a lot of times we're actually there for the event, but 9 times out of 10,
It's the
we're there to,
camaraderie.
yeah, we're looking to who we're gonna fucking hang
Oh,
out with that
they're gonna
day
have a
and
Pink
shit.
Floyd band at G&G. It's gonna be great. It's right up my fucking alley. You say what kind of music? That's one regret I have. I've never seen Pink, and now I can't, of course, see Pink Floyd, and that is one of my favorite bands.
I seen one of their concerts. I got arrested for indecent exposure afterwards. Not at the
Pissing
concert.
where? Where were you
Look,
pissing?
little ways down the road anyway.
Where were you pissing somewhere you shouldn't have been?
Yeah. Tripping balls. Fucking got out the
Gross.
highway and fucking
Closing
thought
out.
it was okay. And fucking
Look at that
turns
dude
out
out
there
there.
was
He's got his
closed
hose
circuit
out like he's gonna put her on
camera right to the
fire.
police officers fucking thing there. And they fucking had me on camera and everything. I tried to
Hey, John, how kind of hard
back there and I'm
I
like,
believe you called that a no contest.
nothing. Turn around. They're like, you sure you didn't go back there and fucking pee and shit? And I'm like,
No contest. I think they got me dead to rights.
yeah, why you even ask me at this point?
It's
You
kind of
piece
a random question.
Jeez. You get fucking paid to stay there and scream
as
and
they're
do
looking
that
at
all
this
day?
video screen, are you just back there peeing? You
Note
know,
to
that's
self,
called setting me up for failure, sir.
they do not like to be called penis gazers, by the way.
Well, you are what you are. Just embrace it or stop doing it. Penis gazers. I call those wad watchers.
Go.
I used to sing that to my husband. He called me a wad watcher. He knew I was a wad watcher. You guys check out a woman's tits or her butt. I like to check out a guy's package.
Sounds fair.
That is fair. I mean, we're all healthy. I mean, I have never gotten mad at a man for staring at my boobs because they were in their day, they were right out there, you know.
It's an
What am I
unfair
gonna say?
trade, though.
No, don't look at my big boobs that are in your face.
Fucking when men ain't wearing fucking padded underwear and shit. Women throw that curve way off. It's an unfair trade. It's an unfair trade.
Hey, eventually all the clothes come off. Let's just say that.
True.
You're either packing or you're not. Either way.
I'll give you that.
They never seen such size, says neurosis and psychosis. Perverts. That's healthy talk right there. It's not perverted.
We're grown adults here. Come on.
That's
get
right. We're talking medical stuff. The wonders of the body. It's nothing to be ashamed of, except if it's swinging in your face on the weed nerd world.
it.
That's something to be reconsidered altogether.
Yeah, that was. I
I,
could.
I am so sorry that happened on my watch. I really am. It's just
Oh,
like,
I'm sorry it happened on your my watch. Holy shit!
yeah, I don't even know. I think I might have even had control at that
I
point.
didn't
Just
even tell
all of a
people.
sudden it was there, and I don't even know how it got there. I was just like, holy shit.
There was a couple people. I'm like, so did you watch that third part? And they're like, no. I'm like,
Don't.
you missed out on some crazy shit.
Ah, Blue
They're
Kiss
like,
was
what?
on
I'm like,
there.
you're gonna have to find out for yourself there.
Blue Kiss was on. She's a lot of fun.
That was a fun day though. The opposite of the dicks.
For ending if I had to do an early weed nerd world, that was perfect. End it and have it be a total fucking fiasco that nobody will ever forget.
That's up there now.
Yeah,
That one is up
that's a
there.
Hall of Famer clip that you can never show.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, we have the not for any audience clips. Or not for work. What is it? Those 4 letters. I don't work anymore, so I don't give a
I'm
fuck.
gonna release them one day in a viewers gone wild fucking video.
It's kind of nice, boring sausage fest at the weed nerd world. Or maybe it is, but some of these aren't boring at all.
That's kind of funny. Viewers gone wild. Like,
Odd. 710 is a pervert. No, you don't know that, John. Or do you? How do you know if he is or not? I mean, I try not to be judgmental, but I am a pretty judgy person. I got it. So when I keep it to myself. That's my new thing. Is me shooting my mouth gonna help the situation or make it worse? It's a hard thing when you're a talky bitch like me to just shut up, especially when you think you know it all. I'm not a know-it-all, but I am a know-it-some, and when I do know, I have no problem piping in. And it's always to somebody who's ignorant and wants to stay ignorant. Why am I even piping in? It's like, just find me a brick wall and I'll go beat my head. So I'm learning to
sometimes
keep my mouth
the
shut.
conversation's so stupid you can't help but jump in and go.
Yeah, it's just like what brain synapses is going on for you to come up with this shit? It's just like, I don't know. But yeah, but I'm not tactful, so that I guess is my kryptonite. I have no tact. Maybe I'll get it for my leveling up superpower for being 64. Level 64, you get tact. But generally, old people aren't known for getting more tact. They're known for not having tact. So I don't see that probably as coming out to a positive end for me. We can hope. I haven't gotten it yet, so I don't know.
Oh, well, we have reached our. Did you think you'd go? We were gonna go the distance this night?
420 fucking 9, and we even missed 420. God damn it. No, I didn't. I thought I was gonna give it up at 2:30 or 1:30. I figured on 2 hours, maybe 2.5. But instead of the burning questions, we went into just regular conversation and they right down those rabbit holes.
I like the rabbit holes myself.
Well, you don't get the interesting conversation if you don't go down there. Nothing too controversial, but thoughtful questions, provocative questions that affect us all. That's the kind of stuff I like to talk about. I don't like to get into politics too much because it's all just a puppet game on us. Like I said, if you want to do something political, do it on a local level where you can actually affect some kind of change. Because you and I aren't going to affect any kind of change. We're just the puppets. And us arguing in a chat about left or right or conspiracy or what the fuck ever. That's just the puppet game. Just do the shit that you can affect.
That's what it is. Divide and conquer.
Yeah, it's a puppet game.
Walls between yourselves.
Don't be a rabbit, be a non-rabbit. See the big picture, see what's going on around you, because there's shit going on around you. You won't necessarily be able to change it, and it might piss you off if you finally see it. But remember, just focus on the shit you can fix. Maybe it's something as simple as, oh, I don't know, recycling something, because that's about all we can do. Try to save the planet first. But at the end now, you're going to want me to say something, correct?
I am. I'm not ready though. Hold on.
He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. You're the one that said it's the end and made me look at the clock.
It is. It is. Oh, I didn't go through the spiel yet, though. Let me go through the official.
Okay, let's pretend I've never seen your show.
Right.
I'm a newbie.
Yes. You know, the invitation that I gave you this evening is good for the weed nerd world. Anytime you'd like to come hang out, I would be more than grateful. Yes. And then this is very true. I can't wait for you to come hang out. This is you do.
Well, I hope it's everything you hope for and more.
No, you're what you call saltiness. Really in your own way, reminds me of somebody very special. This person, my grandma.
Good.
That lady.
Yeah, it's a strength. I've got that strength, and that's what comes out through that.
Well, what I appreciated about her was her saltiness, and she never shit you in any kind of way. That woman was.
That's how life is supposed to be. If you can't count on the people closest to you, but you know she still loved your ass.
Oh yeah. She gave me some of the best advice, and actually, why I wear this.
I'll be your life coach. I won't be your technical coach. She
pulled me in on her deathbed. I can't repeat what she told me on her deathbed, but she gave me some
sage wisdom
advice that I probably should have listened to, but whatever. But now it reminds me. This is a reminder of that advice.
Well, that's good. That doesn't mean that it's not too late for you to follow it now.
Oh no. But again, it was that genuine straightforwardness that I loved about her. I really did. She didn't bullshit me, or she didn't bullshit anybody else. And her advice, no matter, at some points you thought it was brutal. You know what I mean? I'd be like, damn, I didn't expect it. You felt spanked times leaving. But it was some of the most best advice I ever got.
Because nobody else was going to tell you. It's easier not to tell you the hard stuff.
Yeah. But you have that, and you remind me ever since I've met you, you've made me feel a little bit at home in that kind of way. So
well, I'm glad you can feel that way with me. That's what I try to make everybody feel comfortable with me, but I don't ever want to make you feel like I'm just wearing you out, because sometimes I can, I know that I do have that about me. I'm a pretty powerful personality, for lack of a better word. But I'm glad that you enjoyed our time. I enjoyed my time with you as well.
So I do hope that, you do make it a habit of coming on a little bit more often. The wee world nerd does need a little bit less sausage festness.
And more clam river coming down.
So hopefully you do take me up on keeping it.
I'm sure I will.
The last thing I would like to get from you, of course, is the sound bite. I'm sure you know how that goes.
Yeah, and I was smart enough to kind of write it down so that I would it up when I tried to say it, because I don't want to repeat it.
The
It was
mess
those- when I tried to imitate you at the beginning and I couldn't do it with a straight face. But I wanted to do that for so fucking long. I don't even want to tell you.
That's-
This is Lucas Gardens.
Here we go. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Hello, I'm Lucas Gardens, and this is episode 807 of fucking talking shit with ego. And we did fucking talk some shit.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Thank you. That was
You're very welcome.
yeah, that you can thank the recording thing to Smiley, because like I need to put them all together. I'm so thankful that that other hard drive was fixed, because there was going to be a lot of sound bites lost, but are now been regained. I need to put them all together. At 100, I strung them all together with a lot of fucking painful help from past guests that screened their episode and went timestamp because I had to go back and clip them all out. Lexi and like my girls, I was all like, all right, come on, they're at the end, scan them.
I
Time.
feel so bad when you try to get a good soundbite, because I do understand what you're trying to do. I really do. And that's why I really tried to give you a good soundbite. But I feel so bad. Some of them go deer in headlights. It's like, what was I supposed to say?
I love them. Them ones are awesome, though. They really are. But I've had a lot of opinions on when I should do them, in the beginning or in the end. And I don't know. I still like the ending, but a lot of people say I should get that fucking shit. To me, that's like, it's too business-like in the beginning. It's like, all right, come on, get to work. All right, yeah, let's get
the T's crossed and the I's dotted, and let's get on.
personal in the beginning. I'd rather have it
No,
as
everybody's all tensed up at the beginning. You think they fuck up at the end? The beginning would be worse. And that's just called starting out the interview on a bad footing.
yeah, I agree. But thank you for an awesome soundbite. Thank you for an awesome
You're very welcome.
and
Thank you very much for having me. And thank you out in the chat, all you guys that supported me. You don't know how much you really mean to me. I'm always here for you guys too. So on that note, I will say good night.
good night. For the rest of you guys, thank you guys for hanging out on this fun evening. Miss Blue Kiss's birthday. Don't forget to hit her up and say that she bailed on me already. But for the rest of you guys, if this is the end of your day, your journey, please get some rest. If this is the beginning of your day, your journey, please take time out for a little bit of self-love, a little bit of meditation. You gotta love yourself before you can give it out to others. And you really should know where you want to go before you step out and make effort. So along the lines of your amazing Thursday afternoon, please take time out to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. And with that being said, I am out here, guys.